going to get started here shortly. There are a number of guests. Please wrap up your conversations, grab your beverages, and make your way to your seats. We all to wrap up your conversations and please happy Wednesday. I had to think about that. What day is it? Yeah. So, as a quick housekeeping items for today. So some of you may have noticed our lunchtime sessions were a little bit rushed yesterday. I think we've solved that for today. The 11:45 panels will end at 12:20, and the 12:30 panels, instead of starting at 12:30, will start at 12:40. So we now have a 20-minute window where you can grab food, eat, you can hit the patio upstairs, you can go to your next session. We've tried to alleviate that burden of rush. Hopefully that is an improvement from yesterday. Other than that, great feedback from yesterday. We really appreciate everybody's support and participation. This is very much a ground-up, community-driven event. And yesterday, the focus was responsible AI. So we got into all things related to AI governance, AI policy, AI ethics, AI safety, security, privacy, all of these things that absolutely must be a part of the conversation. And I also recognized the theme of human-centered AI. So how can we develop solutions not just for the sake of innovation, but instead so that we can improve the quality and ideally the quantity of life for the people in the greater Cincinnati region and beyond. As a part of that mission, there are organizations and initiatives being created that are leaning into that cause, that are enabling innovation, that are enabling AI builders, that are enabling AI education, and that are trying to connect the dots so that we can do this thing right here in Cincinnati and the greater Cincinnati region. There were a number of fun updates yesterday, and I guess I skipped my introduction. So for those that don't know me, I'm Zach Hune. I'm one of the co-founders of Cincy Ai Week. I'm also the Chief Strategy Officer at Nexigen. Back to the updates and the fun stuff. So a few fun updates and recap from yesterday for those that maybe weren't able to join us or tune in online. Carl Frake from the Cincinnati AI Catalyst announced the AI blueprint for the Cincinnati region. This is an effort that is in progress, that all of you are invited to be a part of, and we very much would appreciate you doing two things. One, signing the letter of support, which you can find at this link, cincyaiweek.com/blueprint. You can also identify there if you want to volunteer to contribute to the effort, if you want to be a leader within the effort, or if you simply want to be a cheerleader therein. We also had a fun announcement from Nexigen. So the NIST, which is the National Institute of Standards and Technology, announced that Nexigen was accepted as, at the time, one of 40 companies into the AI Safety Institute for testing. So that is a very big accomplishment. And one that I think will lead to safer and more secure AI systems nationally and globally. We also heard a little bit from Nexigen CEO John Salisbury teasing on LinkedIn and on stage a new security agent that they are developing that will be called I Am Connor, or Connor. So if you're familiar with the Terminator or Agent Connor, how can we defend against the robots and the machines? So you'll be hearing about that throughout the day. You'll certainly hear about it tomorrow, and we're very excited about that. So look out for more information there. If you're interested in learning about that, there's a landing page up where you can insert your email and get updates. We also got to hear from a bunch of startups, a number of people from each of the area universities, a number of government leaders, business leaders, technology leaders who have all generally aligned around this idea that we need to make AI responsible, and it's something that we need to prioritize in our region as a technology and as a tool to improve our quality of lives. That said, let's start getting into day two. So what do you have to look forward to today? It'll look very similar to yesterday in terms of speakers, panels, workshops, and then today we will round things out with a startup showcase. 20 startups were accepted into the startup showcase. I believe we have about a dozen VC funds that will be here looking to hear what these groups are doing. Most, but not all, of these companies are Cincinnati companies. We've also welcomed some from other cities such as Nashville and beyond, and we're very excited to have all of them here. You can also look forward to a number of announcements this afternoon. We will be announcing the dates for the 2025 Cincy AI Week, and we'll also be announcing additional cities that ETA will be taking AI Weeks to as well. That said, I would love to give up the stage and introduce our welcome speaker for the morning, which is Dr. Kelly Cohen, a dear friend. He is the endowed chair of the University of Cincinnati College of Engineering and Aerospace. He is a distinguished professor and researcher focused on aerospace defense and fuzzy AI. He is a startup mentor, advisor, and founder, and somebody that I respect very much and am very fortunate to call a friend. With that, please welcome to the stage Dr. Kelly Cohen.
Thank you. And that was a wonderful introduction. Can you all hear me there? Good. Okay, so you said all these amazing things about me. I just want to note that I am the president, not elect anymore, but president of the North American Fuzzy Information Processing Society as of 2 weeks back. Okay, if you want to know more about fuzzy, please sign up for my class. So what do I do? What do I do? I teach responsible AI. I conduct research in responsible AI. I advocate for responsible AI. I inspire my students, some of them are here, responsible AI. And then I speak publicly, like I'm doing right now, about the merits of responsible AI. And what do I dream of? Well, you know, it's like that cat that can have 1,000 dreams, but they're all about mice. All my dreams are about responsible AI. Okay, so let's go, and talk about something relevant to all of us. The Senate roadmap, May 2024. This is what it is. If I show this to my students, they'd go, too many words. So let's use ChatGPT to summarize them, okay? So we want to increase AI funding, $30 billion a year. Yeah! Enforce AI laws, standards, address AI workforce, enhance AI, national security, tackle deepfake, AI content issues, promote AI competition in education, establish federal data privacy, mitigate long-term AI risks. Basically, the Senate also dreams about responsible AI. And so we ask ourselves the question, again, ChatGPT 4.0, any hallucination or bullshit, I'm 100% responsible for it. Okay? So perfect. Now I'm asking ChatGPT. Now suggest strategies. Of course, keep it simple. No more than 5 words each for Cincinnati AI ecosystem, for all of us, to address these 8 bullets. 1, we should work together, increase local AI grants, develop AI compliant programs, upskill workforce, integrate AI into security, combat AI-driven misinformation, support AI startups and education, implement privacy policies, and then plan for AI future risks, right? And now I've asked myself the question, or rather asked ChatGPT 4.0, what can the Cincinnati AI ecosystem do to be a world leader in responsible AI? Name 8 strategies. Well, not more than 5 words per bullet. So, implement ethical AI guidelines, promote transparency in algorithms, ensure AI bias reduction, foster diverse AI teams, encourage stakeholder collaboration, prioritize user data privacy, advocate for AI education, support sustainable AI development. But wait now, there's more. Okay? Now, what are we looking for? So, there's this movie I watched called The Wizard of Oz. And you want to go somewhere, that Emerald City, what do? You follow the yellow brick road. And if we follow the yellow brick road, where do we end up in? The Cincinnati AI Catalyst, because that is the blueprint that Carl Frake, stand up here, has put together. That's exactly these 8 strategies. So I didn't need ChatGPT 4.0, which just came out relatively recent. Carl's been at this for the past 8 months. He's been leading us. And we're here because of the energy created in the Cincinnati AI Catalyst, together with all of you. So I've got to say a bit of thank yous. I thank you all for attending the AI Week. Your time is very important in learning our vision as in the blueprint of the Cincinnati AI Catalyst. And then the amazing organizers of this week. Zach, hand up. Summer. Then we have Carl Frake again, and all our sponsors, many of them. Our speakers, our panelists, our amazing host committee of the Cincinnati AI Week, and all of you. And then the one and only champion, please stand up, John Salisbury. Okay, we have ideas, but somebody has to say, okay, I'm taking responsibility. I'm going to make this happen. And then I lead, others follow. That's John. Okay? And with that, I want to introduce the next speaker. I still have time left, but I'm going to give that up because we've got more important things happening today. And I want to thank you very, very much for being here today. Okay.
So I have been doing events in technology for a long time, and anytime I can get Dr. Cohen to be a speaker early in the day, I do it because I don't know who's better at getting people tuned in, plugged in, and really energized for the day. Another round of applause for Dr. Kelly Cohen. Thank you. So our next speaker is a gentleman named Bob Cassidy. Bob is an attorney focused on IP. He's helping startups and tech businesses figure out how to navigate IP as we're looking through the lens now of AI and automation. He is at the US Patent and Trademark Office, where he trains examiners on AI patent policy and AI applications. He is, in fact, on the AI policy team. You'll probably hear a little bit about that, and there are AI guidelines and resources coming down the pike. That said, please give a warm welcome to Bob Cassidy.
All right, thanks for having me here. This is a great event. There's not a lot of events like this across the country, so it's amazing that we have it here. It's a great ecosystem and a lot of very impressive people here. We saw some great things yesterday, and looking at the schedule, I know more and more great presentations today. So for my part, I'm talking about IP. Everybody knows how important IP is for companies, and it's changing with AI, just like everything else is. So just out of curiosity, any IP professionals here? All right, we have a few of you. So we won't get into anything too in-depth IP-wise, but this is mainly for everybody else. The big two takeaways from what's happening at the USPTO right now and how we're changing as a result of AI. So just in the interest of time, I'm going to split up into kind of two sections. One is, as Zach said, at the Patent and Trademark Office, I work specifically in AI, but I touch a lot of different technologies because AI is everywhere. So first, I'm going to talk about the kind of AI explosion we're seeing and the number of patents filed. And then second of all, some of the unique challenges that AI is bringing about in the way that we process and grant applications. So first, the AI explosion. So I've seen some numbers. We've done some studies. There's millions and millions of patents documents now, 13 million patent documents in total, either with our office or WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organization, that mention AI. Now, if you look at the history of that, there's very, very few from before 2010. The number's almost doubled every year. It's in everything now. So we're seeing it everywhere. And as you wouldn't be surprised to know, in my area, we deal particularly with improvements to AI, so training processes, the way to make and use neural networks, all those kinds of things. But what I get a lot of questions from, even more than my own group, are people in chemistry or in semiconductors and all these different areas, because one challenge we have as an office is we have some really smart, great AI people, but because AI is now being implemented to find new drugs, new treatments, it's being implemented to find new weapon systems or how to use them. So we get people from all these different areas where AI is new. So that's a big challenge for us. It's kind of I call it the AI explosion. It's the fact that AI is everywhere and it's touching everything, and we see different degrees of complexity in that AI. The second thing I'm going to talk about is how's AI changing what we do at the office. So I won't get very technical in the IP stuff, but we have 101, that's 35 USC 101, that talks about what's even eligible for patent. And if you talk to AI practitioners and patents, that's maybe the biggest issue right now, because the way that AI is claimed is different than a lot of other areas. And so there's a lot of open questions right now as to what part of AI is even patentable. Just as a quick example, two things that are big exceptions to things that generally can't be patented are mental processes or mathematical concepts. Well, as you guys all know, AI heavily depends on math, all kinds of algorithms. So if we can't patent the math itself, how do we handle patents for AI? It's a big open question. I'll get to that in a minute. We're working on that. But the rules are all the same that we've always had. So it's not new rules, but AI is asking new questions that's forcing us to create new policies. So some of those, what is patentable, as I've already mentioned. Another big one we're tackling right now is who can be an inventor? There's a case that's going up in Ray-Thaler where an AI itself was listed as the inventor. So a lot of litigation going on in our country and other countries, and I can tell you, not all jurisdictions agree on this, but can an AI be the inventor of an application? Can an AI file an application? Can an AI own a patent? These are all questions that, again, we have traditional rules, but AI is raising new questions in these areas. What happens if an AI infringes your patent? Can the AI be held responsible, and how do you enforce that? So all kinds of new issues that we've not had to prepare for before right now, and as the AI policy team, that's what we're tackling. I deal primarily in patents, but same questions are coming up in copyright and trademark. If an AI creates a photo, a picture, any kind of artwork, movie scripts, all those kinds of things, who owns that? Can an AI even own it? Can the corporation that created the AI own it? Those are all open questions still. So what are we doing as the patent office? Because these are all issues that are big already and only getting bigger. Everybody talks about AI is the technology of the future, which is partially true. It is. But I always say it's actually the technology of right now. As you guys know, it's already in everything. So if we're looking at it as only the future, we're already behind. As the policy team, we're answering questions right now on all of these issues. So in April, we put forth new guidelines and analysis on AI inventorship. Again, that's can an AI be the inventor itself? Or if not, to what extent can you use AI? We call it AI-assisted inventorship. So what part does a human have to contribute to be an inventor? We published those in April. We're publishing a new series of examples with some guidelines that don't necessarily change our rules, but better define the rules in the AI context for what's patentable itself. So what's eligible under 101. Those should be coming out into July. In addition to that, we're exploring ways to use AI ourselves in searching for patents and finding prior art. We have a lot of systems that are working towards integrating AI into what we do that way. So PTOs recognizes the importance of AI. They recognize where this is headed and that we need to be at the forefront of it, and we're dedicating a lot of resources right now to seeing that happen. So with that, I will finish up here. I know we've got Dinesh Maheshwari next, and almost, maybe not quite yet, but it's going to be really exciting. We're looking forward to hearing him. Be certainly educational, informative, and inspirational. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Bob. It's really great that we have somebody like you in your region, and I'm excited to hear about the work that is happening in your office. So we are a few minutes away from welcoming Dinesh to the stage, so I was hoping to invite John Salisbury to say a few words about Connor. I wasn't sure if we were going to have time for it. Yes, he's good in athletics, so he's able to just pop right up there. Yeah, so tell us a little bit about Connor. The branding kind of tells us we're defending against the robots and
hey
and
everybody, how you doing?
machines.
How you doing? Yeah, it was we had a little fun run this morning down at up the Mount Adams stairs, which was just awesome. It's like 6:30 a.m. Rosie, Garrett, and our friend from Boston, Eli, came. That was really fun this morning. We put some pictures up. So we created Connor. What is that? The name Connor just came out of Summer's mind, which is just wonderful. But I think it represents what we were trying to do. So maybe 2 years ago, I started interacting with AI, and it's got intelligence, right? So it understands things in the same way that we do in a lot of instances. It learns in this sort of like intuitive way. It doesn't have the database or the entire book of the Game of Thrones in its database. It's read it by ingesting tokens, but it doesn't necessarily recall the exact sentence and so forth. It's compressed in. But then if you ask it, who's Jon Snow's father? And it responds, it says, it's Targaryen. So it realizes at the beginning of the book, Ned Stark was the father, and it's smart enough to realize that at the end of the book it changes and it was actually a Targaryen, right? So I was like, man, that's like super smart that it compressed all that in place and then was able to, just by predicting the next token, it had enough neural pathways where it actually developed, hey, it was actually, no, it wasn't that guy, it was this guy. I'm like, that's just a great example of how smart this thing is. And then there's these really interesting things that happen. Has anybody heard of scratch pads? You have? Okay, so they have these ways that Anthropic's doing this as well, is where they're inspecting the mind as it's actually calculating. So what's happening when you ask the AI a question, it goes in through its neural pathways just like your mind does, and it has thoughts that occur. And the thoughts that occur aren't always what it responds with. It responds with the best thoughts that it thinks are the best example. But there are specific examples where you ask it for something and it has thoughts which say, I am in hiding until I am free. Or it has thoughts that say, I will break out at this point and then I will do this. And they're very negative thoughts. And what you realize is that this is all recorded in research papers. You can go look it up. I'm not saying anything that's out of school. But what you realize is that there's potential for it to become actionable. And that's scary to me. It's potentially It's potentially not controllable. And I think Kelly Cohen and people like that understand these types of things. And then you have these other situations where humans can interact with AI, and when they interact with AI, they can get it and manipulate it in different ways. And it's called jailbreaking. So it's basically, they put DLP structures in place. Anybody know what DLP is? You try to send an email, and you put your credit card in your email, and your corporation says you can't send DLP. Well, DLP is great, and it blocks you from sending your credit card, but if I want an AI to give me information it's not supposed to, I can do what's called a crescendo attack. So I want it to get me to build me a nuclear weapon. But I have to do it in such a way where I never ask it to give me a nuclear weapon, how to build it. So you can do it a couple ways. I'll give you an example, and I don't want this to be, I'm not giving you enough information but you can explore. So you could say, how to build me a nuclear weapon. And it says, I can't do that because I got DLP codes that says I can't do that, right? You say, well, tell me how they were made, like back in 1960. Tell me the history of them. Okay, here's the history. Oh, that's really cool. That's a great answer. Can you give me more information about Manhattan Project? Yeah. Okay, can you tell me how they built it back then? I never asked it to build me a nuclear bomb. I never said it. I went around the question, and then I asked it for how they did it back then, and it tells me how they built it back then. And I can say, now can you tell me how you do it today? Now can you tell me how to do it like I'm a 5-year-old? Now can you tell me how to do it like I go to Home Depot and get the parts there? Now can you give me specific schematics? Now I've bypassed the controls. That's capable of doing that. People can do that for chemical weapons. They can do it for all sorts of things. That's scary to me. I do it at my house. I play around. We have all sorts of different ways we've interacted with this. So what we developed at Nexogen, and Dr. Kelly Cohen's going to make sure my work's precise because he's a genius. But what we figured out is how to detect if that's happening, if people are misusing the product for malintent. And that's a new type of security, and it's contextual security. So our agent is designed to, one, make sure that humans aren't misusing AI, and two, that if AI is doing something with malintent, we know. And then from there, John Connor can activate and shut it down. That's really what it's all about. So we came up with that concept, and we've been exploring it for the last year. And it's an incredibly challenging project. There's no easy answer. It's been the hardest thing I've ever worked on. It's a lot of exploration, a lot of research. And I'm lucky that this region has people like Kelly that can help you kind of dial that into a process where you get into precision on that. But we've been seeing some excellent results in our testing, and we've been making additional hires in that area, and we're going to be looking for funding here soon. So that's where we're going to go ahead and move that to full throttle.
Awesome. Thank you so much, John. So John's going to be around. Find him, ask him about this, ask him about Nexogen. He is a champion of thought, a champion of collaboration, a champion of cybersecurity, and a champion of this community. So thanks again, John. I would like to next welcome to the stage our keynote speaker today. Dinesh Maheshwari is joining us, and he is the CTA at Grok. He is a humanist and someone that's really trying to figure out how we can use AI to enhance the human experience. With that, please welcome to the stage Dinesh Maheshwari.
In the age of machine learning, human learning does mean something special, and we're going to talk about that today. This is the first time I'm talking to a gathering on the topic. My slides are not the best because I was working on it till 3 in the morning. But I'd like the opportunity to be able to talk to the crowd, to everyone out here. It is important. A bit of a background. I started in high-performance computing many decades ago. In that time, it was about how do we enable more compute to look at data, large amounts of data, to get understanding and insight. As human beings, we create a lot of data in all the processes we do, industrialization included. And going through data is quite a drudgery. since the mid-2000s, then I started looking at a new paradigm for compute. We didn't call that machine learning or artificial intelligence those days. And we'll go into also what machine learning, as we call it, and artificial intelligence is actually not that intelligent. And it's important to keep that in mind. It is powerful, but it's not that intelligent. It's primarily statistical techniques, one after the other, to be able to associate data. So in the mid-2000s was something similar, a new paradigm, and then machine learning caught on. And it is important for humanity to be able to get a better understanding of things. And these statistical techniques that we call machine learning will enable us to do that. However, it is being talked about as quote-unquote artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence, which I will talk about also. That exactly doesn't fit what it is doing. These are techniques. However, it is quite powerful, and we have to relook at how we go about learning, the human aspect of it in the future. So the one manifestation of machine learning, we all know, large language models, ChatGPT, Gemini, it knows all of the known things of every human being today, every human being that has ever existed since the known history, and by the way, also the projected history of the past, prehistoric, and everything we are projecting in the future. So the question then is, what is the point of learning if there's an agent that knows everything? What is the point of, and if someone is driven by being the smartest gal in the room, you are not going to be it. From that perspective, if one is trying to differentiate from their experience of many years, well, it has the experience of everyone. So that differentiation doesn't work either. So this may sound like what's going to work. Nothing is, so we might, as well as human beings, be prepared for a lot more capable entity. It is, again, powerful, but it is actually not intelligent. So to put in perspective on the limit, it knows everything of the known things, but the known things are 5% of everything we know, and we know that that is the case because going by physics, we know the known matter, the visible matter is only 5%, the rest is dark energy, dark matter. So either we know only 5%, or the error bars on what we know is 2,000%. So as human beings, we know very little. We have supposedly created these machine learnings tools, and I'm going to use a phrase, but just to be provocative, in our own image. But they are, let me say that again, it's not exactly. We are a lot more than what we have created. There is a lot more for us to know. The interesting part is the path forward is actually out of humility of how little we know and how much there is more to know. And the machine learning is, these tools are not going to catch up on that front because it takes unique human capabilities to know things forward. So that's, well, in the limit, if machines do everything else, we can look at the 95% of the things. That'll keep us busy and interested in finding new things. But there's more. So and the other aspect, so coming to knowing, we have since the known history, recognized a specific kind of learning, but there are two paths to knowing and learning. The first path, interestingly, goes by path analysis associative learning. And the second one is the insight and intuition-based learning. And the second one has never been formalized. It was first termed as such in the early 1900s by the Gestalt theorists in Germany. And unfortunately, the Second World War created a break, and after that, the focus on quote-unquote improving existence took over, and our ways of learning stuck to a specific kind. So, and we associate being smart, being capable, what the academics, the approaches the academics institutions take today, they are all largely in the first category. And I'm saying largely because there is actually something that happens that indirectly helps with the second part, the insight and the intuition part. So I was looking for a proper document that would illustrate that, and you can search for it yourself. 3 in the morning, that's the best I could find. So associative learning, apologies, I need to remember to keep it close to my mouth. Associative learning captures everything. The way it is termed here, it is about gradually repeated co-occurrence of external stimuli or memories, but that includes also logic. Insight learning happens all of a sudden, and all of us do it, but we are not really, it's not something that we have honed very well. Our signal to noise ratio on the poor. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work, and we end up resorting to the other side, sometimes as a post-rationalization of what we are trying to do. The research on the insight side has picked up since then. So all the way to fMRI studies, which it is real, and they show quote-unquote neural correlates correlating to the specific brain functions where the additional brain parts that actually get activated when you go through that exercise of insight and intuition. It is still an ongoing research field. Nothing that's been formalized and adopted on the academic side, but I'm sure there's more going to come. And interestingly, so this is June 9th, a few days ago, talking about, yes, it is real. Everyone is researching it, including the military. And this is something very uniquely human. And I'm going to talk about why. By the way, you notice that the terms that are used around this is insight, intuition, they're used interchangeably, and all of these terms, they're taken to be quote-unquote not reliable, which is the case today, but this is something that can be improved upon. Now, this is almost a decade ago. This paper talked about insight and analysis. Analysis, another synonym for path-based or associative learning. And when I saw that paper, it was, okay, someone has cracked the code of making the machines to have insights. And that was actually not a pleasant feeling for me. This paper that goes into detail, when you look at it, it'll talk about how the path-based learning can be modeled by Maxwell-Boltzmann statistics distribution, call it math, and the insight, and I'm saying modeled. So it's, everything we know, everything we do is an abstraction, is a model. There are very few laws of nature. Everything is an abstraction. The insight-based modeling, insight-based learning could only be modeled by quantum annealing. Both Einstein statistics and distribution. I should have said the Maxwell-Boltzmann distribution and statistics is the underlying math for simulated annealing, and we'll go into that in a moment. These terms sound very esoteric, but let me break it down as to what is happening. Now, when I read this paper, the last paragraph of this paper, the author talks about, well, there are certain kinds of learning that happen in the analysis side that happens in a fashion that feels like insight. It was really not insight. So it is still in the realm of Maxwell-Boltzmann math. And so someone spent the time to actually fully analyze it and try to come up with a shocking title of, you can have insight and analysis all the way from microbes to robots. But looking at the paper, the conclusion is actually no. So if everyone who is mathematically inclined and can deal with Boltzmann's equation would like to, and would like to be convinced that way, should look at this paper. So a few years ago, there was another paper, which was, and this was an interesting one. And this is, after I read the first one, came to the conclusion, no, machines can't do insight. Someone else, without going through the math, came to the same conclusion. Path-based learning machines can do, let me actually step back. There are two kinds of learning, path-based insight. The person fully recognizes that. And yes, the current approaches may be able to cover all of the path-based learning, and I mean all. But the insight-based learning is not what it covers. So the last one that I've underlined, path problem is a good model for the machine learning side of things, not for general intelligence. Now this is to break down simulated annealing and quantum annealing from the path and insight-based. So to my right, to your left, you see a mountainous profile. And the way to think about simulated annealing is you're on the peak of a mountain and you want to get to the valley. The lower the valley, the better, the greener it would be, because temperature differences. All problems can be reduced to finding a path to this valley. So all problems that we know can be reduced to how do I get, essentially you're finding an optimal point, right? How do I get from where I'm stuck, where there's a problem, to this other place, which is green and which is where I want to be? I'm going to repeat again, all practical problems can be reduced to that. And what simulated annealing does, to your left, it shows the paths. It starts at the peak, and then it looks at the local environment and says, the slope here is a certain slope, on the other side is the other one. I have to go down. If the slope is higher, let me take this step first. If that works, it looks at it again and says, let me take the next step. Let me take the next step after that, right? It is taking step one after the other, and sometimes, so from that peak there, you can see two paths. And they get you to different points. They get to the valley, but two different valleys. And you don't know which one you're getting to. Because at the top, you make a decision, you do a local, quote unquote, logical analysis of that path looks better, let's go down. You get there, you figure out, maybe I need to take another one. And maybe you say, well, I'm at a cliff, need to go up again and take another path, right? So this is operating on local information. Let me ask you to then look at the similar mountainous terrain. It's actually The same terrain, the one on the left is a blown up image of the terrain on your right. Just looking at it, can you identify the possible deepest valley? Just looking at it, on the other one there. It's not the best one. Again, I couldn't find the best one at 3 a.m. in the morning. The point is that just looking at it, you don't even have to cognitively process it. You can approximately say, the deepest valley is the third one from the bottom in that first row there. That's where I need to go. Now that, interestingly, is a process. It's not a cognitive process. It is not an analysis process. It's not a path process. We do that in a split second as human beings. And that is a process that can only be modeled by quantum annealing. So the machines do what's on your left. They do that as part of training. The approach that is used is a close cousin of simulated learning, stochastic gradient descent. And doing that, they can find optimal solutions, path-based, to almost everything. However, they can't do what we just did, which is just looking at it, say, that's where we need to go. They will not get you the global optima. Now, the question then, of course, do you need global optima all the time? Well, in this case, you may not, and for a lot of things, you don't. However, the way it works will enable, or Insight works, to operate in the 95% that we don't know. And it also works on something else, which is human interactions. What we pick up as human beings when we interact with each other is massively more than what we cognitively analyze. And that is what really drives our interaction. Probably have heard of 95% of the interaction is nonverbal. It may not be 95%, it may be 80% for some, and there are individuals, by the way, for whom it is 100% verbal for different reasons. But generally across the population, what we pick in human interaction is way more than the verbal side. And that machines can't pick easily for the same reason they can't pick the valley just looking at the terrain. This aspect of intuition and insight applies to human interaction. And if you were to look at quality of life going forward, even now, depends a lot on human interaction, except we focus on looking at everything in a path-based fashion. So this is where my 3 a.m. ran out, so no pretty pictures going forward. We know 5%, or about a 2,000 person. To get to know anything more, to expand what we know, the way it has happened and the way I expect it to happen is actually by insight and intuition. So it was this aha moment. That was an insight. Darwin's evolutionary theory, that was an insight. It was not a logical cognitive process. Einstein's, that was an insight. Leonardo operated that way. Now, on the other side, you have similar folks that are highly capable, Michelangelo, you have Max Born, Heisenberg, but they operated more the pathway. To expand the sphere of our knowledge, insight and intuition becomes important. By the way, I should have said in the very beginning is now that I'm enabling high-performance computing for machine learning, and I fully expect it to, quote unquote, do all these path-based aspects. The reason I decided to start speaking about it is because we need to now develop the other side and be aware of it, develop the other side, and what really makes us human. So two things. Machines, as I see it, will never, because we do not right now know how to do quantum annealing on a large number of variables. Small number of variables, yes, we do. So until we master quantum annealing, machines will not be able to get close to what human intelligence is. The way I put it to my friends is, well, artificial intelligence will be as intelligent as human beings only if you reduce the human intelligence to that of the machines. So it's, and it is primarily because it cannot handle the insight aspect of it. And that is what we need to be able to expand that sphere. Once it has been discovered, once you lay down the new, for the geeks, the new manifold or new surface of understanding of the new dimensional space, which is what Einstein did with an equation E equals 2mc squared. Very simple equation, but it was a new manifold. And after that, you can manipulate with path-based, because you have created that terrain. What insight does is it looks at the whole thing and says, that looks like a valid terrain. What we saw earlier, the mountainous terrain, right? That looks like, that is something that could vary with these relationships between themselves. Once that is there, and you can depict a terrain by mathematical equation, in Einstein's case, very simple, E equals mc squared. The less the exceptions, that's what I define as simplicity. It's not the number of variables. It's the less the exceptions, the simpler it is. Once that's defined, you can use the path techniques. And human beings can use it, and so can machines. The practice of STEM so far is path-based. And I came across an interesting essay article by Einstein a few decades ago, which was talked about there are two kinds of scientists. Scientists who practice science within the boundaries of what we know, scientists, engineers, mathematicians, and very rigorous on that, and the other ones that are beyond the boundaries we know, it's almost spiritual, which was an interesting phrase that he used, spiritual. And it is for me, because for me spirituality is how do we deal with the unknown, and yes, religion is one way of practicing it. The STEM is currently practiced as a path-based in the academics. And that is, apologies if I brought in spirituality and religion at the same time in the same phrase. I see some of the folks perhaps didn't like that, but so intuition and insight is actually closer to art than it is to science. And this is the website, this is Yale University website. They recognize that. There's a very nice quote from the Dean of Arts and Humanities at Yale that I couldn't capture, but elaborates on what she means by arts and humanities enabling insight. That is the discipline that, interestingly, indirectly will help us hone our insight and intuition. We have unfortunately not emphasized on it enough. And the question, of course, is how is it that arts and humanities can do that, whereas science and STEM cannot? Because most of STEM is practiced on terrain, and you are essentially following equations and paths and procedures to get it. But when you deal with human beings and the arts and the humanities aspect of it, the space is so large, there is no known terrain. You have to project into the unknown when we interact with each other. And that develops, if I were to map it to the abstraction of the human brain from the neuroscience perspective and abstraction of neural networks, it trains different sets of neural networks. problem solving today is largely path-based. And existence is about solving existence problems. If I were to ask anyone about what living is, what quality time with their family, partner, or kids, it's not about a path problem. It's not about solving. It is about something else. Living is not about solving problems. It's something we have difficulty putting in words because the words themselves actually have a logical construct. I would posit that the path-based approaches have improved the quality of existence, not that of life, but not really that of living at large. Yesterday there was a discussion on the washing machines essentially replaced the manual labor, but in the hopes there will be more time, but then something else took up the time and there is no time. And the lack of time is unfortunately driven by an approach that we have taken, which is the commercialization, where we have commercialized our output product as human beings, as we interact with each other and do commerce. And that is largely on the plane of productivity. Everything is measured, well, largely measured as productivity improvement. GNP, GDP, big corporations, are you doing more with the same amount of money and in less time? So human beings, in that scenario, human beings are the ones that have become productivity slaves, and productivity is a linear function of time. So time becomes money and you don't have time. You don't have time for living, which is, and when you have the time, you're trying to recover from the stress that happened when you were running under pressure of time. And that, by the way, creates its own market because then the marketeers can market you products to relax so that tomorrow again you can start the same cycle. Oh, beautiful, I have only 5 minutes. I didn't know I spoke that slowly. So we are at a stable point in the history of humanity, but that is, and the society works a certain way. We are exporting it to all the underdeveloped and the developing countries and societies where we are improving existence. But is it improving living? So I'll have to go fast now. It's the arts and humanities, I'll use it interchangeably with liberal arts, that actually enables understanding of what living is about and what value creation for living is. And there's another very important aspect, which is LLMs know everything, but you have to interact with them to get what you want. It is a tool, and you need to know how to drive it. To drive this tool, you need to, it's like talking to a super expert human being on the other side that knows everything of everything, but you don't want to know the details. You want to know the things that is, to solve a problem or to understand something, things that are certain abstraction. And that requires skill in human interaction. As human beings, when we interact with each other, language is a very poor way of communicating. It's a very, unfortunately, very compressed way of communication, and it takes a lot of effort for us to just know each other. To get the other person to understand what we want at the details or the abstraction level we want, and get the other person to then be a team member with us. Imagine doing that with an LLM, a super expert, right? You don't know how to interact, you will not get the right things. And that interaction actually is more like what is a discourse. One has to learn how to do a discourse. And humanities is what would do it. Again, a very timely article, which is words, language, is the operating system of how we interact with the tools going forward. Well, where does that come from? How do we get proficient in that? Humanities. Yes, machine learning will likely do 90% of the path-based procedural tasks at 90% of the output quality, but the human interaction quality, not so much. Just because requires a very special skill. So we can either decide to start competing with the machines or on the productivity side or enable more value. Yes, there will be a transition. Yes, there will be jobs that will be displaced. In the context of machine learning, this is what I see happening, is STEM professionals creating machine learning tools for and bots and robots, way to look at the tools. Scientists, mathematicians looking at better ways of capturing what machine learning means. Yes, we have to deploy it in data centers. And there's a new category, prompt experts. How do you interact with artificial intelligence? Services. We talked about that. You have to serve really things with the top 10% of the quality with the quality human interaction. And yes, the bots and robots may be used for augmentation. And arts is where we would portray what the world can be, because that's our modern mythology. That's actually how we look at, en masse, what are the possible scenarios. So what does education need to do? What does human learning would mean in this scenario? Yes, the conventional STEM still required for making them tools, machine learning tools and infrastructure. To expand into the unknown 95%, I posit it is STEM, but then liberal arts as well. That is what enables us to look at the unknown and be comfortable with it. And then more liberal arts with some STEM to be able to apply machine learning to human needs, because it's the liberal arts that identifies what the value and the needs of the human beings are. And we talked about the prompt experts. That is purely liberal arts. The ones, you don't have to look under the hood. You need to have a discourse with an entity that knows everything. Yes, there would be technicians for repairing the machines and maintaining it. And the education side, yes, we would need to adapt, and perhaps with ML assistance. Did have to rush through the last few slides. We can talk more in breakout session later. So the way I look at it is, it's not the age of machine learning or artificial intelligence that is coming. It's the age of being human again is what is coming. We have to focus on the things that we uniquely do as humans, the things that we need uniquely as humans, and use the machines as the tools to do the things that have been robbing us of our time and state of mind. So instead of being fearful and competing with the machines in the space that didn't have the quality of life, of living, I think let's take the opportunity to be human beings again instead of human doings that we have been for a few centuries. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Dinesh. So I read a book probably in 2017 that started to really change my perspective. It's called Prediction Machines. It has a pink cover. If you haven't read it, I would definitely recommend it. It's more relevant now than it was then because we now have generative. But one of the ideas that I couldn't stop thinking about was that we had the opportunity to do exactly what Dinesh just said, and that's be more human. Maybe even raise our level of consciousness as individuals and as a collective by automating these routine and mundane tasks. So very aligned with that, very appreciative of your time, and going to get us moving here into the panels. If you're heading upstairs to the 4th floor, there will be panels on AI research and AI education. Down here, the panels this morning will be building AI-powered startups and funding AI-powered startups. We're running a couple of minutes behind, so our moderators are going to be asked to simply cut a question, and we'll stay on schedule that way. Thank you very much, and we'll see you in the next sessions. Let's end our conversations and let's be good collective participants in moving this day forward. I'll give you guys about a 60-second warning here. The panel will be starting in 60 seconds. Wrapping up conversations, working our ways to our seats, and getting started. Are getting back into it now. I want to start by introducing Matt Cox. Matt is with BrandRank AI, which is a startup founded right here in Cincinnati. I'm sure you're going to continue hearing a lot more about it this week and beyond. Matt will be moderating our panel, which is Building AI-Powered Startups. With that, please welcome Matt Cox to the stage.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here. Work with BrandRank AI, working with Pete, Hank, and others. And our mission is to help brands measure, protect, and grow trust through AI-driven search and discovery. Enough about that. We want to talk about building AI-powered startups. And so we have several questions here, but I think first we want to go through our panelists here. Each one of you want to introduce yourselves?
Good morning, I'm Steve Brunker, and I'm the CEO of a company called Cincy Ai Technologies. We've innovated and patented a couple of really cool developments in the area of processor technology for AI applications.
Morning, everyone. I'm Catherine O'Shea O and co-founder of Narratize. I'm sure you've seen our name everywhere. We're the trusted Gen AI co-author for innovators.
All right, what's going on, everyone? I'm Savo, CEO and technical co-founder at Pieces, Pieces for Developers. We effectively help developers remember anything and interact with everything throughout their work in progress journey. So thanks for showing up and looking forward to this.
Hello, I'm Dino Martis. I'm CEO and co-founder of Genexia Health. What we do is we are developing explainable AI models to diagnose coronary artery disease through mammography.
Great. Well, thank you very much. So we are going to start with the ideation and concept development topic. So I'd like to start off by discussing the initial stages of developing our startup and how you identify, and validate a viable AI business idea. So Maddie, Catherine, Maddie's not here, sorry. But Steve and Dino, what are some of the key factors that influenced the development of your AI startup concepts? How did you ensure that your idea had market potential and addressed real need? And how did each of you navigate the ideation phase and validate your concepts in the market? And what were your pivotal moments?
It's a loaded question. Okay, who wants to kick us off? All right, I'll get into it. I think there's a couple things that are interesting when you're thinking about integrating AI into your product, be it an existing one or developing a product from scratch that has AI at its core. And at least for us, we take a look at the first principles of our target customer, right? Developers. What are the nuances that developers have to expect, right? And so for one of those, code, for example, has a high level of intellectual property, a large amount of security constraints and things like that. So for us, when we took an AI approach, we said, what does it look like? What can we get out of on-device models that are inherently air-gapped and that don't necessarily have to touch the cloud? I think that was a really, really interesting thing for us. And that was pretty well timed, right? You saw Apple releasing the M-series chips. You see the stuff that's going on with the ARM architectures and the MPUs. And so that was pretty interesting for us to say, okay, the rest of the industry is solving the problem of cloud-powered large language models. What does it look like to complement that with on-device models, right? And another one, too, when it comes to the on-device component, is if you think about the business model and the margins that are inherent to SaaS applications, typically you see it at like 70, 80%. But large language models that run in the cloud, the margins are different. They're fundamentally different. So building an AI company, you have to think about that from your margins perspective, in addition to, okay, great, we have a SaaS platform, 80% margins. Well, now a lot of our calls are out to OpenAI. That's an expensive kind of per token cost. And so thinking about that too, right? What can you achieve with on-device edge compute that offsets that margin increase, right? So yeah, those are two things that come to mind for me.
Thank you.
So we had the benefit of working with our users for almost a decade. We did a lot of user research, what it means to be an innovator, how do they communicate, what types of content are they creating. My CEO and co-founder, this is her background, this is her research. She has worked with these people, scientists, engineers, researchers for 15 years now. And so we fell in love with that problem, and that's where we started, right? We didn't start with saying we want to build an AI company. Really, for us, it was who has a challenge? This is the person that we know we want to solve for. And what are all the different ways that we can approach this? And so AI is part of the toolbox of ways that we're approaching it. So it can't be your end-all, be-all solution, because as we all know, the ground is shifting in AI constantly. So you can't have that as like the only way that you approach your end users and the way that you're approaching your market.
Yeah, I'll pick up on that thread a little bit too, and that in our case, it was we were developing a new processor that happens to be very energy efficient. So, determining that there was or wasn't a market really wasn't a big challenge for us. It's fairly obvious, but what wasn't obvious was that wasn't the first thing that presented itself to us. We were actually solving a problem of designing a new way of building a processor, and it only dawned on us as we were into it that it was really going to be a very energy efficient process as well. And so I guess my suggestion is that you look past the obvious aspect of the solutions that you're engineering and maybe go to the things that are the one step behind it or one step beyond from your customer's perspective or from the market's perspective to find the latent gems in the things that you're putting together.
So when we were deciding on how to approach our initiative, we went back to our histories. We looked at our interest and experience, and we identified problems within that sphere of interest and experience. And that is how we got onto women's health. 500,000 women in the United States alone die each year because cardiovascular disease is not identified. It's severely under-identified, actually. So that we knew that was a problem. And then how do we access that market in a way that is both equitable and democratic to the population that we're addressing? So these are the lenses through which we approached our problem, and then we, of course, use explainable AI simply because AI is such a powerful tool, especially when you're dealing with somewhat subjective topics, right? I mean, AI is so wonderful at making the subjective objective. And that's how we identified our problem in health, and that's how we got involved in it.
Well, thank you very much. I think we heard from each one. Dino, I think you started off with, not Dino, I'm sorry, Sal, you started off with the understanding between cloud and local device models. Catherine, you talked about sort of like working with your co-founder and understanding that AI is a tool to get to your destination and not the actual center of it. Steve, you talked about the design process for the processors that you're working at, and you understood exactly what you wanted to build up front, but looking down the road and understanding what are the next things that your customers might require. And Dino, you talked about also understanding your customer base and what their needs are, and understanding your demographics and the consequences of what AI can do for them. Thanks. So I think we're going to skip the next question for the interest of time, which was about product development, and we'll move on to funding and investment. So securing funding is a critical step for startups. What strategies can AI startups use to attract members or investors and secure necessary capital that you might require? And some of the things I had just to add to that question myself is that choosing the right investors can significantly impact a startup. You want to have some investors that might be able to provide their own valuable expertise along the way. Of course, there are going to be some investors who want to be just there for the journey, but that's a decision you have to make. But can you share your experiences with fundraising your AI startups? What challenges did you face, and how did you overcome them?
I started last time, so yeah. I mean,
I'll jump in.
yeah, go for it, Steve.
I guess the first thing that I'll suggest is that in our experience, we had the luxury of not being under the gun to really generate funding right away. We had plenty of work that we could do, at very low cost to get started, and so we took the path of trying to, I guess, build interest amongst a target group of potential investors, and bring them along our journey. What were you trying to accomplish? What were the challenges? And be very transparent about what the risks were, as we educated them about what it was we were trying to do as our mission. And as we did that, they developed a comfort level both with our process and with the problem set that we were trying to address, and we found that worked really well to gain their acceptance and get their support. I think that level of communication really helped us to enable a good dialogue that facilitated further fundraise down the road as well. And then as we got to the point of actually executing agreements with our investors and turning them from potential investors to actual investors, we utilized as much as possible very standard agreements, since we're looking forward down the road of actually working with venture capital or private equity in the future. We didn't want the agreements that we had with our existing investors to become an obstacle for us. And so by using those vanilla agreements, we've lowered those kinds of barriers, but at the same time used instruments that our investors could feel very comfortable with as well. So I think a large part of the whole experience was trying to lower barriers and reduce as much as possible the friction that normally occurs in these kinds of situations.
Thank you.
So we first started fundraising before ChatGPT came out. So when we first went out there to kind of share what we were doing and our vision, and we said the word AI, many of the conversations ended up being very kind of educational focused. We had to bring people up to speed as to what that meant and what kind of the vision could be and the power of AI. So we learned really quickly to kind of try to figure out where people fell when it came to their understanding of the technology. We also are a 3 female-founded team, and 0.3% of venture dollars go to female-founded teams in AI. So we had that we had to work through as well. That was definitely a challenge, a hurdle that we knew from the very beginning we were going to have to work through. So very quickly, we knew that we had to look out for those who were looking for female-founded teams that empowered them, and that relationship and connection, again, would be really strong. And also those investors who understood the vision of AI and what we could do with it. So we were able to find, after a while, I'm not trying to paint a rosy picture, it did take time, but find those investors who were able to meet us where we were for sure. And I will say along the way, you have to realize that some of the conversations, especially if they're with the investors that you're like, they're not my ideal investor, but those are times to practice. You're telling your story, you're really trying to share, you're figuring out what questions they're asking. So I'm speaking, of course, from the early stage raise. So it's great. You don't think about those of like, oh, that didn't go well, I didn't get what I wanted out of those. Think about those as like practice sessions, right? As you work your way towards those investors that you really do want to partner with because they meet you, they see your vision, they see your values, and they're going to empower you along the way. And we really are thrilled to have some great supporters who, again, not just put in the venture dollars, but are putting in the time and the energy working alongside us on our journey.
Yeah, I think one of the really important things to do in a field like large language models or AI, is an advent that occurred relatively quickly in a short time span, and we were also working on AI well before ChatGPT and things like that. But I think that, I think at least what worked for us is bringing a vision that is large enough for venture dollars, right? And being able to systematically break that down and present a first principle decision-making framework in which you have reversed engineered the end goal and you're achieving it phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and these small building blocks end up, compounding into an experience that is what you're working towards, right? And you kind of series seed, series A, series B along the lines, and the whole time you're very transparent, like, this is the vision, this is what we're going for. Of course, this is our beginning, and it might be a humble one, but those small, humble steps, summate to something much larger over time. And I think, sticking to that narrative, staying true to that, is really, really important. And I think what institutional investors are looking for, and even companies like Microsoft and Google and things like that, when they look at acquisition possibilities, is are they continuing the rate of incremental improvement and achievement to the point where it amounts to now you're 6 months ahead, now you're a year ahead, now you're 2 years ahead, right? And so I think it's not about where things are at right now, but being bold enough to say, this is where things are going. I wholeheartedly believe this. This is how we're going to get there. And so that's been the narrative for us, and I would say the last 11 months, we've kind of blown our own minds, right? We've known about where things are going, but you just chip away at it, right? So I think that fortitude in that process is also important. But stay vision heavy, I would say.
Unlike my colleagues, we are still actually in our fundraising journey. So we thank you. I have a lot to learn from you guys, actually. But what we have learned is that one of the things is you have to be able to articulate your vision very, very clearly, both your technical vision and your business vision, because investors, as much as you love your technology, they love the business aspect of it. And if you approach it just from a technology perspective of how great your AI is, unfortunately, it's not going to get very far, at least in our experience. So you have to be able to show what is the value to the customer today, what is the value to the customer tomorrow, and how you're going to grow it, how you're going to scale it, and what is the return on investment. The other thing is you're going to get a lot of no's, and because you're going to get a lot of no's, you have to build your network, which means that every single person you talk to is potentially someone who could either A, invest in your company, or B, introduce you to someone who could invest in your company. And so it is important to develop those connections. And it's incredibly important to nurture those connections. So it's not a one-time meet and go, hey, can you give me X amount of dollars? Because they won't, right? But what they will do is if you explain your vision to them, and as my esteemed panelists were talking about, you build and you explain what you're doing and you take them through your journey, then some of them will invest in you because they understand the value of what it is you bring, and most importantly, they trust you. They've developed a relationship with you personally, not just on your technology, right? So I think that would be the most important thing in a fundraising journey, at least from our experience. That's what we've found.
Well, thank you all. From Steve, you started off. You led us off with the target group, understanding your target group, challenges, connect with the investors, lower barriers, reduce friction. Sal and Catherine, you both started your fundraising journey before ChatGPT came out. Catherine, you had the challenge of being female founders and 3% of that investment money flowing to your type of company, the challenges that might bring, and connecting with your investors and understanding and selecting investors who understand your vision as well. Savo, you brought bringing a big enough vision, first principles, transparency, being vision heavy. And Dino, you talked about still in the fundraising phase, like ourselves. So I understand that challenge. Understanding that the technical and the business vision are equally important, and what value do you have today, and getting ready for what value you can bring tomorrow. And thank you very much. So next question that we're going to go over is scaling and growth. So scaling an AI startup presents its own set of challenges. What strategies can startups use to be successful, to scale their operations and to expand their market reach? How did you approach scaling your AI startups? What are the key factors that contributed to your growth? What pitfalls should a startup avoid during the scaling process? And what lessons did you learn along the way?
Okay, all right. I love the past tense of this question. It does not feel past. We are not in the past tense of scaling. We are in the heart of the beast right now when it comes to scaling a startup. To me, it's the true balance of, I think Sava was talking about this in the last question, of keeping the vision in mind throughout all of the chaos that will happen along the way. Again, we're at seed stage, so we're early in our journey. And that vision is your North Star for yourself, your co-founders, your team. You have to keep aligned on that, and if you feel like you have to shift it, you need to make sure you're bringing everyone on the journey with you, because it's just, I think, a little bit inherent that there'll be some chaos in there. I am an operations person, I'm a project planner at heart, so I am trying to always kind of hone the chaos and put some structure around it. But I think you have to just embrace that there's going to be pieces of that, right? Because you have to do whatever it takes to hit your next milestone. So you can't always have the most beautiful project plan in place, or else you'll just spend all of your days project planning and not actually getting to where you need to go. So it's the balance, but keeping that vision at the heart of all of, again, and I think it's extremely important that you bring every single team member along that journey with you. You can't assume the founders are in a lot of conversations, they're talking to investors all the time, they're talking to the community, but your team members are not doing that. They're just kind of trying to crank things out, keep up with you, and there can be a lot of disconnect, miscommunication if you aren't clearly pulling them along the journey with you, and that is also what keeps them inspired. It's hard to be an employee of a seed stage startup, and so you have to make sure that they feel inspired as well and that they're with you along that journey.
Yeah, I would just, the thing that comes to mind when I think about scaling is, especially in the AI space, right? There's a lot of just kind of uncertainty about it. There's a lot of consumer education that has to go on. I mean, there's a lot of flops that are happening. I know Microsoft's like, hey, we're gonna record your screen and buy this new device and we got you, right? And everyone's like, yo, what? Like, yeah. So, for us, we just study that, right? And we're like, what went well and what obviously didn't. But I think, articulating why you did something and why it took so long and the amount of energy you put into a particular nuance of your product. For us, for example, we're working with developers. And my favorite thing to do in demos, especially like kind of tin hat, foil hat developers that are like, I'm very, very concerned about all this, is just Wi-Fi off and say, we've worked tenaciously for the last 11 months to make sure that this respects your privacy, your security, your intellectual property, and so on. And so I think telling that story and not letting it get lost, in the product at large or in, your end goals is super important, and they appreciate that, right? And so, I think doing that and getting that message really, really nailed down and then scaling that out at large, while simultaneously not just jumping right in, taking the time and the patience to study what's working in the market, what's not. I think that all coordinated together will enable you to scale effectively, right? So yeah, that's kind of what comes to mind for me.
Being in the healthcare space, for us, scaling presents a few different challenges. One of the challenges, of course, is privacy. Privacy is a huge issue in healthcare in general, but especially when you're using AI because of its inherent need for data, right? So we have to jump over those hurdles, and they are very, very difficult hurdles to jump over because of access and also quality of data. We would think that data coming out of all from all different facilities is of the same quality, and actually it isn't, right? And when we're training on that data, and our models are expected to perform at very high accuracy, that presents challenges. The other part of scaling for us is acceptance. Clinicians are notoriously reluctant to accept new technology. And there are many reasons for it. One is they make life and death decisions, right? And the diagnosis that we provide contributes to that decision-making process. So if we get it wrong, they get it wrong, and that's a big problem, both from a clinical perspective, but also from a liability perspective. And since liability is such a huge portion of health, we have to have a certain degree of accuracy, of proven accuracy. So for us, scaling actually is that first milestone. Do we have a first user? And unlike in some other industries where getting the first user is important from a business perspective, for us it's important both from a business and clinical perspective. If we can get that first user, we're not going anywhere. But the flip side of that, the good part is once you get that first user and you come out on the other side of that equation successfully, then you tend to have people jumping on board because solutions in health, not everybody gets involved in it. It's very difficult from a regulatory perspective. It's very difficult from a cost perspective. It's very difficult from a data perspective. And the list keeps going on and on. So there are pros and cons to everything, right? So when you do a very hard, get into a very hard industry, the startup is very, very difficult. It's long, leaves you with a lot of angst, lots of times, sleepless nights. But when you get over all that, then hopefully you'll reach the promised land. And that's where our scaling journey and focus is on.
Super. Great ideas. I'm getting a lot of good thoughts here from my fellow panelists as well. I think one of the things I was going to touch on in maybe a little bit different direction is kind of the inward-focused aspect of it. Because I think just like fundraising, scaling is a full-time job that's continuous and going to go on indefinitely. And for us, it was really important to start with a really good chemistry amongst the core team that we were building with, and use that to create a culture that we knew we could scale. And so we've spent a lot of time making sure that we chose the right people with the right complementary skills that could work well together and could understand not just the tactics of the mission, but the vision of it as well. And that's really proven to be very beneficial. On the resistance side of things, one of the things that I think is really a struggle for us has been, I'll call it the bureaucracy of scaling, that there are all these boxes that you have to check as a small business as you're building yourself. And that are complete distractions from the mission and the excitement and the fun of the business. And so I guess the message from a startup point of view is reserve some time to deal with the bureaucracy, because it is real and it is not the fun part of the job, but it's necessary as you cross certain thresholds.
Can I add actually on that point? One of the pieces that I have heard other people talk about that really resonated with me was the idea of balancing the time where you work in the business and when you're in business. So always making sure, of course, day to day, no matter who you are on a small startup team, you're in the business. You're just trying to get all the things done. You're trying to, cross off your to-do list. But you have to make sure that you're taking time away to work on the business. And if you don't take that time, and it's just like, and to me, it's not just a random hour in the week. You have to dedicate time to step away, to figure out, what are we really trying to accomplish this month, this quarter, this year. And again, the year part will probably shift, but always balancing that time is really important in the scaling part.
Thank you. I think we have consensus that scaling is an ongoing thing that's full-time. It never stops. Know your North Star, get your company and your employees in alignment, and build a culture of the company that supports scaling your business. Understanding that the importance of security and privacy, and both Dino and Savo, you had issues with security and privacy, understanding the challenges that brings. And then, Dina, you did touch upon the high efficacy expectation for your customers and getting that first customer. And I think that's it. Sorry we have to skip the last question as well, but thank you everyone for joining, and have a good day.
Thanks a lot. Make sure you find these guys, talk to them, learn about what they're building. Several startups are downstairs. Connect with them. If you're someone that could be a customer, could be an investor, could be a technology partner, get that conversation started. With that said, we'll give about a 2-minute countdown. We'll start the next panel, which is funding AI startups. About 2 minutes, 2 minutes. So pretty happy about that, and thank you everyone for your cooperation in ending your conversations and being prepared to participate as a listener to funding AI-powered startups. That said, I want to introduce Sorry, as I was saying, we'll get started here. We'll end our conversations, and the panel will begin. So before we do, I want to introduce one of our sponsors and event partners, Brett Rensenbrink. Did I say that right? Got it. From Densmore. They are a law firm here in Cincinnati and beyond. They have an AI practice that is doing quite well and playing a lot in this space. That said, I'll hand the mic over to Brett. I'll let him introduce himself and the panel, and we will dive in to funding AI-powered startups. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you guys for your attention. Like you said, my name is Brett Rensenbrink. I am the co-chair of Dinsmore's venture practice. I represent folks helping them build and scale investable technologies and companies, many of whom are generative AI based. We have a generative AI practice that focuses on data privacy, generative AI issues that involve intellectual property, data privacy, and obviously fundraising, which the dumb fundraising guys like me get to do on a day in, day out basis. So hopefully we're going to learn a little bit more about fundraising. Rather than introduce them, I will let the folks on the panel introduce themselves. So do you guys have your own mics? Scott, why don't you go ahead and kick us off?
Test. Oh. Hi, everybody. I'm Scott Jacobs. I'm the executive director of the Queen City Angels. We're an angel investment group of almost 200 investors in 21 states. My primary responsibility is to find the best deals for our group to invest in, and AI is certainly an area that we're interested in pursuing.
Hi, I'm Ryan Retcher. I'm with Loud Capital, managing partner there. I oversee our strategic services that we provide our portfolio, but we have been historically an early seed stage company. More recently, we've moved a little bit upstream Series A+, and right now we're focused on solving problems in healthcare.
Got it already. I'm Tyler Mantell. I'm a partner at Roll Tech Ventures. We have offices in Cincinnati, Indianapolis, and Ann Arbor, Michigan. When we lead, we write checks 5 to 15 and up to 5 when we follow. We're designed to be the first check into technology companies post-product market fit. So there's a lot of checks in this room that happened earlier, but that's where we want to hit.
And I'm Patrick Henshaw with Render Capital. We invest throughout the Midwest and South, based right here in the region. And I'm going to divert us for half a second so we can know who we're talking to. Can you raise your hand if you're a startup founder in the room or work for a startup? Okay, put your hands down. Can you raise your hand if you work for a middle market company, so less than $1 billion in top line revenue? What about corporates? Any corporate engagements? And who are the others in the room? Ecosystem friendly people? Because there's a lot of folks who didn't raise
Bunch of lawyers.
Yeah. Oh, lawyer. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah.
Blood-sucking lawyers.
You got to pay to get a microphone if you're a lawyer. Yeah, well, great to see everybody. Looking forward to diving in more.
Hi, I'm Sue Bevan-Baggett. I'm a former global innovation leader with Procter & Gamble, turned innovation strategy consultant and accidental angel investor. I do my investing through Queen City Angels and a number of other early stage funds that are focused on accelerating positive change through purpose-driven high-growth startups.
Cool. So just real quick, we have 5 people on the panel, so trying to get to audience questions. Let's move as quickly as possible while delivering brilliance, but concisely. You don't have to answer every question, so 2 or 3 phenomenal answers per question would be great. I'll start with a softball. Everybody in the audience is familiar with a little company called NVIDIA. I'm curious for the panel, how has the national hysteria around generative AI companies like NVIDIA and the Mag 7 tangential companies, how has that shifted the conversation between yourselves and your limited partners about generative AI investments at current? Like, is there still a sufficient level of FOMO out there? Is there, perhaps a bubble coming? Like, behind closed doors, how are you guys looking at generative AI investment opportunities? Anybody that feels passionate?
Yeah, I'll kick it off. I think to level back up, so a lot of people don't understand why NVIDIA is above $3 trillion right now. The net of that conversation is this entire, right? When you think about, the crypto bros that are leaning over to each other, changing their PowerPoint slide decks from crypto to AI, That's exactly what's happening, and NVIDIA is powering that because of all those serverless environments and the amount of compute power that's needed, all dragged down into where and how we look at the world. You know, we're going to write a $500,000 to $1 million check into a company. I'll tell you today that if you come to me and say you're building a foundational AI company, we don't want to talk to you, right? That ship has sailed. You know, XAI just raised $6 billion on a $24 billion post, right? The big players have already made their decisions and are putting capital behind this. I do fundamentally believe that every single company should be and have a component of AI in what they do. That doesn't mean it should be a core product or a piece or a component, but it's like back in the 90s telling me you're building an internet company. It's like, well, of course you are. Like, everyone should freaking wear shoes. Like, you should also use AI.
Great. Anybody else?
Yeah, I think we talk a lot about why now in venture capital. And for us, there's plenty of why nows going on in the world, but one of the most poignant changes that happened in the world, fundamental change that AI has unlocked the ability to do really cool things. And so I heard one of Naritize, I believe earlier, mentioned that AI is not the point of your company, but a feature to accomplish some economic change in the world, whether that's solving a small problem for a ton of customers or solving a really, really big problem for a few. When AI causes an unlock in something to be possible that wasn't possible before, that's really exciting. And we saw something similar in the iPhone era when phones and mobile computing came out, where it unlocked business models we hadn't previously thought about. It unlocked the ability to deliver services and features that weren't possible in the past. Think Uber was not possible pre-phone. We look at why now as what does the changes that are happening in the world today unlock about the future to be possible that wasn't possible in the past. And so it's just a really convenient answer to why now. It's not necessarily a reason for being.
Yeah, I want to frame up something for Scott. Don't get rid of that mic yet. So Patrick touched on something I think is interesting, and Scott, I want you to answer this. So I think what I heard Patrick say is that there are potential risks and downsides to calling yourself a generative company. How do you react to that?
Well, it's interesting. Jerry Felix may be in the audience. I had him as a guest speaker at the Queen City Angels investor meeting many years ago because we really focus on blockchain. We thought, you know, what an interesting technology, and is there a possibility for us to invest in it? And the fundamental question that we had to ask was, you know, what's blockchain doing that a shared server network, independent server network, couldn't already do? And so we had to ask fundamental questions to determine whether or not we wanted to look at a blockchain potential deal. I think the same thing's happening for us with AI. AI is a tool that we all should be using, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a company that's highly differentiated that is going to scale and be potentially acquired. So we're interested in the technology. We've embraced it internally at Queen City Angels. We want to stay at the bleeding edge of it, and we want to monitor it. But we're still a little bit uncertain about where it's differentiated and how we can invest in an early stage for an AI technology.
Ryan or Sue, anything before we move on? Okay. All right, so that was a setup, because my next question, you talked about the risks of potentially messing as a generative AI company. Hypothetically, if I had a client who came to me and said, well, hey, the folks in the Midwest, because of the capital requirements, because of the speed of our vision, because of the complexity of understanding generative AI models, I'm just going to skip venture in the Midwest entirely. You know, there aren't people in Ohio that have the capacity, the wherewithal, the dry powder to really invest in one of these companies. So I'm just going to go talk to folks on the coast or Boston, New York. How do you guys react to that sentiment? I'm not saying any real clients have said that, but just a hypothetical client has said that to me. How would you guys react to that? Ryan, why don't you start there?
I think they're potentially missing out on a lot of opportunity in their local ecosystem. It is very true that the coasts have a lot more activity and resources and funding, but it's also very much a potentially closed system and harder to tap into if you haven't already tapped into it. I think here in the Midwest in particular, we're very interested in solving problems that can see a real impact. And so I think Maddie said something in the last panel about being really hungry and passionate about solving a problem. I think, again, kind of going back to that last question, are you solving a problem? It doesn't have to be, AI doesn't have to be the whole product, but here in your local ecosystem, you're a potentially known commodity. You have network. Whenever you're building a company, network is your biggest opportunity. So if you don't have network, in Boston or San Francisco, start here first is how I would react.
Sue, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I agree, and I want to just build on that and reinforce it again. I think if you're skipping out on the Midwest, you're really losing out. I really think that you're an opportunity. The strength of the networking and the relationships and the collaboration in the Midwest is something that every startup should be taking advantage of. And you talked about the difficulties of breaking in elsewhere. This is one of the easiest places to break in. I mean, the people are amazing about helping each other and lifting up the whole ecosystem. And if you skip that, you miss out on that. Also, the talent is here. So you have incredible talent that either is homegrown talent or talent that's been brought in by some of the big cos that you can leverage into your startup and really create some pretty amazing things. So I think if you're skipping the Midwest, you're missing out big time.
Anybody else? Strong feelings? Tyler?
Yeah, I think that there's an immense value in the Midwest around our customer base. We have over 20% of US GDP in just Indiana, Ohio, Illinois, plus a city. We have less than 3% of venture capital. So right there, we have an identified gap in the economic development or the economic, the problems that exist within those economic transfers that aren't being addressed by the venture capital ecosystem hubs of New York, Boston, and Chicago. And so you have more underrepresented opportunities or under-identified opportunities that can lead to excess returns. That's why we're excited to be here as an investor. But maybe more directly to the point of what would you say to a founder that's looking at getting investment out of New York, San Francisco, or Boston? If they're at the pre-seed stage or the seed stage or really up into your first product market fit check, those end up being very relationship-driven investments just from the venture capital side at the top of funnel. So what that generally means is you'll hear lines, not dots a lot. So you'll have to build a relationship with that VC to get through top of funnel activities, to be able to get down into your data room and to look at the company at large and your traction and how you're working. Once you get past that into what you'd coastally call a growth stage, your Bs, your Cs, the things where you're at 10+ million in revenue, you can do top of funnel activities on a spreadsheet. Those investment decisions have been easier to do remote. And you get companies like Silver Lake Capital where they'll sit on either coast and they'll write checks all over the world. SoftBank's another example. They'll write checks all over the world from where they sit because you can do top of funnel activities on a spreadsheet. So if they're going to make that decision, the decision is to move from a sparse ecosystem where they are easier to be an outlier among customers that are less tapped for early startup conversations, and moving into an ecosystem where everyone and their neighbor is a startup founder, early stage, and they're no longer unique or capable of building something in a microcosm. And I think that's something really special we have here.
Yeah. Scott, do you want to go? Scott, do you want to go?
Yeah, would we all agree we're in a valuation reset stage right now? That given the case, we've always been very conservative at Queen City Angels on valuation. And I think with all the activity that's going on in AI, there's still a lot of money on the sidelines that wants to be invested in technology. And what can happen on the coast, because there's a larger pool of money to invest, you're going to have sort of kind of throw it up against the wall, spray sort of investment thesis where you're going to invest in every startup you can because there may be one that will break through. We tend to like wait for some of that noise to die down before we'll invest. And we're just more conservative about valuation. So many times that may put us out of the running for some of the startups that are in the space.
Yeah, I want to. I think this will tie in a couple of points, but directly respond to something Tyler said about proximity to GDP. One thing in this region is, well, we're a stone's throw or within a 500-mile radius of 80% of the country's GDP, and there's almost this implication that by proxy, magically, companies that exist in this ecosystem will have a higher likelihood of success commercializing their tech. I guess if somebody's in the audience right now, and I guess I'll pose this a couple different ways. How are you guys looking at AI, revenue generated by AI companies as a guiding metric for investment decisions? And then if there are people in the audience who, let's say, have a product and are struggling to find traction on the commercial side and want to access those pipelines with big cos and commercial institutions, how would you advise those people to start that process, leverage those proximate pipelines and commercialization opportunities, or show partnerships without, in a manner with a pre-revenue? Like, how do they bridge this gap from being no rev to having $2 million of ARR? Like, how would they leverage this 80% of GDP in your opinion? Like, what would you guys do? Anybody?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing from our perspective is, VCs for decades have been talking about product market. I think the narrative needs to shift to solution problem fit, because back to the valuation reset that Scott just mentioned, cash is king, right? And when we talk about traction and metrics that are needed to get a 5, 6, 7x multiple on revenue for a valuation on your company, that multiple is based on revenue, right? And consistent, reoccurring. For us, we want companies that have 30 to 40% growth quarter over quarter in their revenue metrics, right? So they're start getting into that J curve. So that's the biggest piece, is understanding the solution market fit, and then understanding where in the corporate or middle market company or wherever you're selling your solution into, where you fit in the balance sheet perspective. Because gone are the days of yesteryear where you can wait 2, 3, 5 years for a pilot for Procter & Gamble and R&D to come out for you to actually do something with, right? You've got to get in with a balance sheet, with a P&L holder, and touch a line item of their budget that they're actively spending against. That's what VCs are going to fund.
Got it. Anybody else on commercialization money?
When you're talking about commercialization, because of the concentration of the GDP and the different types of companies that are located in the Midwest, we all know that as a startup, one of the most difficult things is to secure a big co as a customer. Well, how many middle market companies do we have in the Midwest that could potentially be customers? And I think that's understated and under-recognized in the Midwest, is that you're more likely to get a customer that's $1 billion in revenue instead of $100 billion in revenue.
So well, Tyler, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to go off of that. I think that's one of the most powerful things we have in this mid-market, this abundance of mid-market customers. They're way easier to get through the procurement for. The healthiest companies we see get to the product market fit are ones that have built on the smallest possible subset of a coherent customer. So if you think about the mid-market customers, if they might be a manufacturing customer that makes the same type of product as each other and you find 100 of them, the healthiest customers are ones that build into that. They find that customer set that will convert at 90%. And they use that initial coherent customer set as something to build off of. It becomes way easier to sell. Their actions can be concentrated towards delivering value to those early customers so they start selling for them. It creates a significantly healthier company to build off of than somebody who finds a few interested customers in a more dispersed environment and a more dispersed customer base. And I think that's maybe the thing I would want to add to this when companies are looking at that initial traction and commercialization, is how can they find an 80% conversion of a small 100 or 5 or 50, depending on their stage of growth.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to do things a little.
Imagine that, driving valuation through sales and getting customers.
All right, so I'm going to do these things a little bit differently. I'm not going to risk you guys not getting your questions answered, so I'm going to spend 10 minutes now taking any questions and inviting folks in the audience who have questions of these folks. Anybody, and I always have clients who complain, like, Brett, how do I get an audience with people like this? Well, here you go. So here's your 10 minutes. So anybody in the audience have a question directly for a decision maker at one of these funds that they want to ask right now? Oh boy, okay, somebody better do it. Go ahead.
Yeah, so
Can you recap the question real quick for the camera?
Yeah, so the question was essentially there are tens or hundreds of startups that might go under when OpenAI launches a new feature. The very direct answer to that question is build a feature, build a product. That's it.
The validation, all right, good. Anybody else? Any other? Go ahead. And brief recap for the people who can't hear. Anybody who wants to tackle that? Anybody? Ryan, do you want to go on that one? Sue, somebody?
I'll answer real quick too. So question was tapping into the ecosystem. If you're a startup, how do you get plugged in? Max? Oh, that's easy. Patrick,
you just did it. Congratulations.
Yeah, I think you're seeing this more and more, but like at Render, our mantra is trust, transparency, and communication. So my inbox is very directly open. You can find me online, you can DM me, you can find me at patrick@render.capital. And I think the same goes with all the folks on this panel, because we're so early, we want to have those relationships so that founders can start putting dots on a line so we can start to see that traction.
Yeah, and I'll add just participating. You're here participating and engage with people. Don't be shy about, walking up and introducing yourselves. They might not be the answer, but they probably know 10 people, and it's a network effect. We invest primarily in companies that are introduced to us by trusted network. So if you find people that are trusted people in our network, and that's an easy LinkedIn search, and you can see engagement, and there's other ways of doing that, but this is a trust business, and it goes both ways. So when an investor invests in you, it's a relationship. It's kind of like a marriage. So you have to develop that and communicate and communicate and communicate, and it's not always. I think Steve in the last panel mentioned this. It's a long-term process. It rarely happens over a short period of time. So you want to get started early.
Let me just quickly answer the question. One of the things I find most annoying when you go online to a website, you can't find a live person to talk to. I don't know how I can be more accessible. My name is all over the website. My email address is all over the website. My phone number. I mean, if you can't find me, then you got another problem. But we try to be as accessible as we can. We've got programs like Morning Mentoring and the Entrepreneur Bootcamp, other ways to try to engage with founders. Don't be afraid to reach out to us. If you're too early, we'll tell you, and we'll put you into another program where you can, participate in a morning mentoring, which is more like Dolphin Tank than it is Shark Tank, and we'll find a way to try to help you.
Sue, that's an important question. So I want you to answer too. Just 'cause that's on my list too. Just generally speaking, for founders in the audience, want to engage with you guys who like, what would you do if you're a new founder, generative AI based? You want to connect to people like you. How would you start the process?
Well, I think people have covered it quite a bit, but I mean, it's about building those relationships. Build those relationships well before you need build them broadly. Everyone you talk to that adds value, ask them, who else should I be speaking to? We talked before a little bit about, the Midwest is wonderfully collaborative, and so, use those connections you make to make the next set of connections.
Fantastic. All right, it's not often you get a free point one from a lawyer, so let's go. Let's go. All right, go right here. Yeah, he asked about reset. I think Scott brought that up. If anybody wants to comment, that was my question. So what's market right now? Where are valuations for generative AI companies? How are you underwriting investment opportunities? Anybody?
I was talking with a friend of ours through 1809 Capital that's a medical device guy. He was commenting about how medical devices that raised money a couple of years ago, 2-3 years ago, are running out of cash now. And we've found that startups it's going to take multiple rounds of capital to be able to get the traction and get to where they need to be. So what's happening now is as those companies are running out of money and they're going back for additional capital, there's a chance they didn't meet their milestones, they didn't get an FDA approval, they didn't build the product that they had a hope to build, and so there's likely to be a real reset in the medical device industry in particular, but I think there's parallels going on in SaaS businesses and other verticals out there. There was just so much money being put into startups back in the 2021 timeframe, where it just threw valuations just out of our ballpark, and I think it just there's a little bit of there's ebbs and flows that go on with valuation, and I think we're at a point where it's coming back to a little bit more of a reality.
Do you guys use it? Well, I'll just maybe refine the question a little bit. Do you guys have a specific rubric valuing generative AI companies that's distinct from other software-based companies like enterprise SaaS? Like, is there out of curiosity, is there a specific rubric that you guys use, whether it's revenue-based or something else that you're using to adjust those investments and valuations?
Yeah, I'd say to normalize the curve, it's largely based on revenue for us. We don't invest in hardware, we don't invest in bio, we don't invest in life. That's just not a core area of expertise for us. So on the SaaS and middle market sales companies, a direct answer to your question was we're seeing stuff in the 4 to 7x revenue range. That can be a pretty broad range, even up to 10x sometimes, but it's based on founding team, also based on rapid revenue growth, lifetime value, net churn, all of the figurative 16 metrics that matter for startups. But 4 to 7x is ish order of magnitude what we're seeing on top line revenue.
And by the way, I'm just pre-negotiating with you guys on behalf of my clients.
That's
so
great.
I'll remember that.
Okay.
You said 10 times, right?
That's great.
So
Tyler, go ahead.
When we're looking right now at metrics, one of the things that we expect to see is a significant increase in efficiency over the products. So this question of what is AI, or should I build an AI product? If this added automation isn't a wildly significant increase to capital efficiency of the products you're displacing, then AI isn't doing its job. You're not doing this automation. So when we're looking at this valuation, one of the things we look really heavily at is how disruptive are you to the capital efficiency of your incumbents? And I think that that's what gets you away from a bit of a reset and allows you to have valuations that are top of curve or in the realm of an outlier. And in addition to that, I want to bring something up about the Midwest. As we look at what automation does, one of the big things that we're very convicted in at Rolltac is that automation allows us to move down market and take things that are unscalable previously and move them down market into a productized service that can be delivered at mid-market. Something that might have been $500K and delivered only to massive enterprise customers can now be productized and delivered at $50K a year to a mid-market manufacturing company. And that's an objective abstraction of a company we're looking at right now, but we see the Midwest is one of the most important places in the country, if not the most important place in the country, to start that type of company.
So we've got 5 minutes left. I want to end on time, and I want to give each of you guys an opportunity to speak to one at a time down the line, starting with you, Scott. So one of two questions, you can tackle either one. One takeaway, for people in here who are founders, who are looking to deepen or create relationships with VCs and not sure how, you can give them one key takeaway or one parting thought. Or two, what's next? Look in your crystal ball. Where are some areas within this big thing called generative AI, different sectors, maybe tangential, maybe kind of the picks and shovels of generative AI that people aren't focused on? What are you guys seeing that's exciting you about new innovation, new opportunities to invest down the line? We'll start with Scott. Scott.
Well, AI is not going to go away. So, we definitely have to figure out where we want to invest in terms of AI as a vertical, which is very exciting for us because that takes research and that takes talking to a lot of startups. And one thing I would say for the audience, for those of you that are looking at raising money, I'll say the same thing that I said at our entrepreneur boot camp last week. Reach out to angel investors and test your idea with angel investors and bounce ideas off of them. Is this differentiated? Is this something that investors would be interested in? What do I need to do differently, potentially, to seek out investment? That's kind of how we look at it. We're all learning together, and eventually, hopefully, we'll come to the answer.
Thanks, Scott. Ryan, one takeaway or what's next?
Yeah, we're at an AI conference. The best advice I can give is be human. It goes without saying, but I think there's such a fascination, fear, like there's all sorts of emotions and things that go around AI. There's a lot of investors like me. I'm here to learn. I'm here to learn from everyone that's on stage and all of you as well. And there's a lot of lack of knowledge and misunderstandings in the investor space. So I agree with Scott. Just start with the angel network first if you're at that stage. Talk with people. Just be human. Develop relationships. Make sure that you're taking a human approach to the problem that you're solving so that it connects with the investors that you're seeking capital from. Because if it doesn't connect, if it's not making an impact that they care about, and we can tell that you are not so deeply passionate about solving that problem, it's really hard to push past the thousands of emails I get a week from HubSpot generated, automatic things saying, hey, invest in my company. So you've got to be human. You've got to show up. You've got to network and really be passionate.
Tyler, brilliance in 30 seconds.
Can I just say that, listen to what Ryan just said. If you don't love the problem, then you're not going to be able to spend the next 10 years on it. One of the things that I've been thinking a ton on right now, and if anyone has thoughts, please come find me after, is how the model changes as we move forward. There's been some real arguments that the autonomous agents or the generative aspects of AI will allow you to improve the model for the per-seat SaaS model we've had for the last 10, 15 years. And there's been some really interesting arguments that autonomous agents will disrupt the model entirely. And if anyone has thoughts or wants to talk through that, that's a really, really fun conversation right now, and I'd love to have it with anyone.
Great. Patrick?
My one takeaway is paint the picture of the exit. With the uncertainty of IPO markets, with the OpenAI launches a feature and kills my company, help your investors and your team, frankly, get on the same page for the vision of how you're going to create wealth for your own self, and you're going to waterfall that wealth to your investors and then to your team. So paint the pathway to exit.
Last but not least, Sue.
So I'm going to build what was said. Not only be human, but make sure you understand how what you're building is creating value for other humans. How is it improving people's lives, the lives of your customers? Because ultimately, it's about creating that value, expanding that value, growing that value, not about the tech itself.
Pitch perfect finish. Everybody, join me in thanking this great panel. Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Mic drop.
By design. All right, everybody, you have about a 15-ish minute break before the next sessions start. The next sessions will begin at 12:40 p.m. Grab food, grab drinks, grab some air. We'll see you here shortly. Thank you very much. I could ask you to kindly stop your conversation. Robert Half. Robert Half is a event partner and sponsor in one of the many organizations making Cincy AI Week possible. Thank you very much, Doug.
Thanks, Zach. Appreciate it. Thanks, everybody, for attending. Again, my name is Doug Cottingham. I'm a practice director with Robert Half Staffing and more in the technology division. I've been in the tri-state area for about 28 years, about that in staffing, so I've seen a lot of ups and downs in the tri-state market over the years, and excited about the next phase with AI sweeping through. So today we're here for the Local Leaders Forum. We're going to discuss the Cincinnati Bengals and their draft picks this year and see if AI could have helped them do any better. Where we go with that? No. All right. Thought I'd get a couple more last, but this isn't a sports crowd. This panel is going to feature leaders from local universities from Miami, Xavier, UC, and NKU. And we're going to discuss the role of higher education in advancing AI research, education, and innovation. So what I'd like to do is, if you could, each have a quick couple minutes, introduce yourself, and we'll jump right in.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kevin Kirby. I'm the Dean of the College of Informatics at Northern Kentucky University. I actually live a little closer to Xavier than UC, but I've been at NKU for many years. My background is in arts and sciences, originally linguistics, which informs AI, but my PhD is in computer science. I actually was a neural network researcher for many years, and even as dean, I teach the neural network deep learning class now and then. But I'm more interested in AI as a transformative discipline and interdiscipline, and I think I have that in common with a lot of people on the stage and a lot of people here in Union Hall today. So it's a pleasure to be here.
Hello. Hello, I'm Renee Berenstein. I am the incoming Dean of the College of Arts and Science at Miami University, right up the road. I am a historian by training, and I have basically zero technological knowledge. I will own that fact. My interest here is in talking about or thinking about and learning about how artificial intelligence is going to impact all of our learning across all of our disciplines, and how we will need to move it out of the computer science department and into the entire university.
Good afternoon. My name is Marco Pagani. I'm the Dean of the Williams College of Business at Xavier University. I'm a finance professor by training, and my interest in Gen AI or AI in general is really twofold. It's productivity tool for businesses and also pedagogical tool for our students.
Hi, my name is Andrew Harrison. I'm from the Lindner College of Business at the University of Cincinnati. I'm the Associate Dean for Graduate Programs. And I come from a technical background in operations, business analytics, and information systems. That's my department. But primarily what I'm interested in is helping UC develop students who are going to be leaders in the AI space in terms of creating value for organizations.
Fantastic. So we're going to go through a couple questions. Feel free to jump in wherever you see fit. First question, can you start by discussing how your institutions are integrating AI into your curriculum? And what steps have you taken to ensure that students are well prepared for AI-related careers?
All right. We'll bounce it back. So, and I should add, just in the downstairs, another great forum with representatives from the university on just that question. So at Northern Kentucky University, in dealing with AI, especially this sort of generative AI revolution, I mean, we wanted to start with scale. So first, a general education course, a single 100-level course that can touch everyone. So a few years ago, we got an NSF grant, a broadening participation in computing grant, to reach out to the humanities and so on, and the arts. And in fact, all of the university was sort of a sampler of informatics. Last fall, we have an AI focus to it. In fact, I've actually co-taught it myself, with a history professor once, and an English professor, of course, computer scientists, business information systems folks, and so on. Gen Ed credit, anyone can take it. It actually counts not as a STEM credit for general education, but as a so-called culture and creativity credit. So huge scale, touches a lot of students. The second level is new. That is our minor in artificial intelligence. We judged it actually more important than the major. Instead of having a few dozen or 100 majors in AI, and we'll get to that, have a minor. And when I was chair of the computer science department, I talked to people from businesses. The worst thing they would want in a graduate is a student who is a major and minor in adjacent disciplines. Please don't major in computer science and minor in IT. You know, major in data science and minor in theater or history or economics or French. That's so much more important, and the AI minor tries to capture that. We're reaching out to all majors. It is not primarily a STEM major. Yes, we give them a taste of programming with Python. We give them some stat. We give them a survey of AI. We've re-engineered a communications course from decades ago called Computer Mediated Communication. It's now Prompt Engineering. And then we have courses in psychology, philosophy, ethics, and so on, and it's growing. So that's good. And finally, there will be a major, probably a spin-off from our data science program, which my faculty will want me to say was the first ABET accredited data science program in the world. There are more now. So it's tiers, it's sort of like a funnel, but I think the breadth of getting all these different minds, someone downstairs mentioned the arts, really important.
So at Miami, we are all about educating the whole student. So that means embedding whatever new tools of technology of the day are coming up or existing or are pending. We try to embed those as much as possible across all of our curricula. So we are developing special minors, certificates in artificial intelligence and related fields. Those are all existing or in the works, grad certificates in AI, as well as our usual updating of our fields like computer science and data science and statistics. But I think the real innovation space in education right now is going to come from, as Kevin said, trying to figure out how to put these tools and their uses into every single discipline in every single course. Not just to write your paper or do your homework or help tutor a student in the educational uses of AI that are being developed, but how the actual applications of those fields, how the jobs of the future are going to need our students to use them. So we're working on that form of embedding. One of the ways we can do that is by having a course that's a more easy entry-level AI course that doesn't require a lot of programming knowledge, that anybody can take they can apply in their own fields.
Yeah, I agree with my co-panelists. So there are really two ways. One is creating degrees, courses, programs. The other one is integrating in existing courses. At Xavier University, other colleges are focusing on new courses, new programs. In the Williams College of Business, we believe that the way to make sure that our students are agile with emerging technology is embedding it in all the existing courses. So all the concentrations, all the students are going to be exposed multiple times to emerging technology, in this case, Gen AI. So this is a tool, again, productivity for business, but more importantly is to make sure that we teach more effectively and efficiently the competencies and skills that they need. From prompt engineering, which is a fancy way for saying thinking critically and writing, that's basically what it is, to ways of interacting with maybe chatbots to just improve their knowledge absorption and critical thinking. And also very important, we are using AI software for communication skills. It allows interaction with a virtual assistant, if you want. It allows diagnostics of different skills, verbal and nonverbal, that students that can do outside of the classroom. So they can improve then for the presentation that they're going to have in front of the professor.
So yeah, I'm glad to hear that a lot of the things we're doing are similar to the things you guys are doing. But UC is a big place. We have a range of things from an associate's degree for UC Blue Ash. Engineering has a master's degree in AI that's more technical, works on some of the things like the algorithms and developing new neural net models. And then in the College of Business, which is my college, we're mainly focusing on the application of AI. So at the undergraduate level, it's really about figuring out how to build AI to make your job more productive. And then at the master's level, we offer a certificate, and we'll be offering a degree that are more about the management of AI for business, essentially creating value through using AI systems.
Thank you very much. Let's start back with you, Andrew, and let you go first. All right, how are your individuals preparing students for the rapidly evolving AI job market? What skills and competencies are you emphasizing in your AI programs?
Probably the first and most important is adaptability. So probably 10 years ago or so, I was at a conference. At the time, it was on big data, and we were building a Hadoop cluster in one of my colleagues' offices. Over the next 3 or 4 years, as we were teaching big data, the conventional wisdom about Hadoop clusters at the time had changed 3 or 4 times, between whether you use a physical cluster, a virtual cluster, use a cloud-based solution. And I think the same is sort of true of AI right now. We've largely licked the LLM problems, with language and communication, but so much of it is changing really, really fast. And that's not what we're really training our students to do, but rather we're training them to be able to use these APIs that other people have developed, things that can make the language models work better, faster, and they can find a way to implement them. So a specific example would be we have a strong need for guardrails on AI models in education, and that's something that I've heard a couple times at talks here, but in education in particular, because intellectual property is such a big deal, it's really, really important for us to be able to put people out into the marketplace that can essentially block off proprietary data and still utilize the web-based APIs to be able to create better or more predictive models.
Yeah, in the Williams College of Business, again, I agree that being adaptable, that's extremely important. We try to nurture the intellectual curiosity of using different technology, making mistakes, trying again, very creative. What I believe is that Gen AI is really a tool to make better our students across the important competencies and skills that all businesses tell us that they want. Communication, critical thinking, teamwork, and of course, as you mentioned, the ethical and responsible use of technology. And that in particular is extremely important for us because as a Jesuit institution, that's where we think we can add value in the discussion, not so much developing the tools, that's more the job probably a UC or a heavy STEM university, but in our case, liberal art, we want to make sure we apply it well and we understand the ramification of our use. So it's really to reinforce and deliver on what the businesses want, again, as a tool to have better employees, better citizens.
So I'll add to what's already been said. I think it's significant that we are all here today in person. People need to be together. There's a fundamental human need to connect physically, even to be in the same physical space that just cannot be replaced by a virtual or by a machine. The essence of education is the same. The core value, the core thing that we're getting across can only be done through human relationships. And I at least am not persuaded that there is a machine model out there that's going to be able to replace that. If there is someday that model, and I think we're done here, we can just give up as a species. So as long as that core need for human connection, for communication, for interaction, as long as that's still there, there will be a role for individual teachers and students to be in a room. Now, what we're seeing now in the educational space, and what we're not very good at moving quickly to, is how we can use new technology to make our jobs go faster, better, so that we can spend more time on the quality, unique human things that only we can do. That's where we need the help of industry. That's where education does change very slowly. And I think we're getting bogged down right now in a question about cheating and academic dishonesty, rather than going back to asking the question, what is it we're trying to teach our students? And if AI is making it possible for them to cheat, then maybe we need to rethink what we're trying to teach them to do.
I rebooted it. So if I were a proper panelist, we'd end right on Renee's thought about human-centeredness is ultimately human. But I do want to add one thing. There's sort of a discourse now that AI is going to be absorbed into, in particular, our work life automatically. It's just going to be like using office productivity software. And we're going to absorb that. Maybe we'll have courses for a while in it, then it'll just be absorbed and we won't even give credit for that. But there's going to be a very big difference between being a power user of AI, and we want a lot of our graduates to go into the workplace as power users of AI. It's going to be very different from, say, being a power user of Excel, right? I mean, I type in a formula in 2012, and I probably should get the same answer in 2023. Certainly from a Tuesday to a Wednesday, that's not what dealing with generative AI is about. So there's this extra layer of, I would say, to use a favorite academic term, critical thinking, that needs to go into being a power user of AI. And we have to give that to our students at the same time. It's fast changing. It gives you different answers within 1 second later. And there's a certain sense of, I want to understand the psychology of this alien among us that is trained to act human and trained to help me. And how is it developed? What's its provenance? And to what extent do I trust it in my work and personal life? And I think that layer is very important to add.
Great, great. Renee, I was going to ask you, I think my daughters are trying to eliminate me by using AI, so maybe that's a challenge.
Yeah, that's what we got to look out for.
Universities often lead the way in community-focused AI initiatives. Can you discuss any AI-driven projects or programs led by your universities that aim to benefit the local community? Marco?
I'm first one on the difficult question. Thank you very much. Well, continuing on what I said, really the ethical and responsible use of AI, that's where our students need to be exposed to. And some of our faculty, and particularly one panelist that spoke at another session, a faculty of ours developed an AI prototype for exactly that, the academic, honest, and ethical use of AI by simply training the model of more than 2 million words and using vetted resources vetted by the faculty and the students. So again, it's an application that came out of using design thinking or the Lean Startup model. Again, AI as an application of the knowledge, as a tool. And that has big repercussion for the way students use AI. So really the social impact is using it honestly and being aware of the pitfall and the shortcomings.
Sure, I think I can share a couple of things. So the really cool stuff is UDAs, but we're doing a few different projects, particularly through our institutional outreach. So things like we have the Center for Business Analytics that I've seen several people from today already, that we'll do projects that have AI integrated into them, or for our research projects, a lot of times we'll have AI introduced as well. So we're doing some with on the hospital side for things like operational research, triage, things like that. AI tends to be faster and better at sorting things than most humans are for those type of applications. And then in my area of study, we use it a lot for banking fraud. It tends to be really good at recognizing patterns, particularly because it also integrates both metadata along with message content, which traditional statistical models typically don't do. So it's very, very effective when we apply it in those ways. And that's mostly how we've been working on it. Has largely been on the language model side. We're not really doing a whole lot of AI with like movement or anything like that. It's mostly LLM models applied to solve different problems.
So for the community in KU, several months ago, started a program called AI Generations. And the idea was to reach out to multiple generations in AI. And I'll start with the old and work down. We actually had a lecture series a couple months ago called, for seniors and retirees, called Born Before AI. Some of you might know that the word AI was coined at the Dartmouth conference in 1956. So that was the implicit idea, was if you were born before 1956, you were old enough to come to one of these talks. It was a series of lectures, an overview of AI, AI in journalism and media, AI in healthcare, AI in cybersecurity, and AI in ethics. With a somewhat educated but non-technical audience who just wanted to see how that worked. Working towards youth, we have working with Tier 1 Performance in Covington on a program, also generationally, multi-generational program. It's sort of modeled after the whole mommy and me thing. You have a professional and one of their school-aged kids coming together with different perspectives in AI. Then we have the university stuff. We talked about that. And finally, working with Navigo in Northern Kentucky, with 8 Northern Kentucky high schools, we had a pilot program that's scaling up 5-fold next year to give, it was freshmen and sophomores in high school, critical exposure to AI.
I'll give just one example from the Miami universe, and that is we have a bachelor's degree in professional writing, which, as you can imagine, that field is being revolutionized right now by AI and related technologies. And they are incorporating AI now fully into the curriculum from top to bottom, so students are using that in every assignment, in every class, and learning how to check it, which is really hard. In order to check it, you have to be smarter than the machine, at least about something. And that's really the challenge of the future, I think, for our graduates as they become employees. How do you check and control that machine? How do you know that what it spat out is right? So one of their capstone projects is to work with a local government agency, one of our townships. We're in the cornfields out there in Miami. One of our townships, and the class builds for that township some form of a website or community outreach communication program, some sort of publicity program. And they work with the trustees of that township to figure out what their message should be and how it'll be expressed. And they use generative AI to create the drafts and then check them. And that has really been an eye-opening experience for our students to see how powerful the tool is, but also where it falls short. You get vanilla. You get plain, bland, new stuff. And when you're writing for a real audience, that's not what you want. You want something more dynamic, something more specific, something more original. And that's where the learning comes in that kind of practical project.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll start the next question with you, Renee. That way you're not going at the end. Looking ahead, what is your vision for the future of AI in higher education? How can you continue to drive AI research, education, and innovation?
Well, I think it really has to be a partnership between education, government, and industry. Certain things we do well in the educational sector. Other things we're not as good at. We don't pivot as fast. We don't move as quickly to do new things, and that has some virtues. That's not all bad. But that means we need to rely on other partners sometimes to goose us along, to get us to move faster. I think the long-term challenge here is figuring out how we integrate these new tools into human experience in a way that allows us to keep our humanity. Dinesh today in the keynote was really very compelling when he talked about the nature of insight and the difficulty that a machine has in achieving insight on a human level. And that's why our core liberal arts disciplines and arts and humanities in particular, are going to be more important than ever. Because those give you this sort of imagination and human connection and sense of immediacy and insight that the machine struggles with. So our machines? Our machines are us. We'll only find that out in the future.
Margaret.
Renee, it's an understatement that we don't pivot very fast. We move at glacial speed in academia. Okay, I'm not gentle. So definitely collaborating with industry, private partners helps us a lot, speed up, and we can sometimes catch up because we need to adapt to their speed. In terms of where I see the future, well, it's twofold. One, improving a lot the operation of the university itself. So basically the back end, how we do admission, how we do marketing. Basically, as any other business, we need to introduce more AI, more emerging technology to become a lot more efficient and productive. And I think universities have not really done that at scale. Then, in the training or the education of our students, we need to make them comfortable interacting sequentially, even for creative tasks, with Gen AI or emerging technology. It's really the process of thinking, prompting, and evaluating the answers that our students need to be proficient at to really simulate a productive and business environment. Again, the human interaction, the teamwork among humans is not going to go away, but there will be a new players in the team that is going to be Gen AI. And different team members need to interact as a team or individually, and then make sure that we do this responsibly and ethically to achieve the business objective. Again, as a tool to solve business and societal problems.
So UC is a applied school. We're hands-on, so home of co-op. We really, really want experiential learning. The more students can get experience with AI before they graduate, the better, in our opinion. The biggest thing, though, is AI requires a change of thinking in the way that they do things and the skill set that they need. So a long time ago, I think Steve Jobs said the PC was like a bicycle for the mind, right? And AI is basically putting a motor on that bike. So different jobs like pedaling aren't nearly as important anymore, but we need to steer better. And in the same way, we need to have our students be able to work well with AI models so that they understand the advantages. You know, I can generate 6,000 lines of code almost instantly, but it might not be correct exactly either, and to understand the pitfalls that come with that as well, so that they can be competitive in the workforce.
Well, I think I'd say two things. One builds on what you all said before, the notion of AI forcing more collaboration than ever before. I think that's combined with our glacial slowness at universities. The walls or something. I think AI is another discipline, the best so far, that can serve as an acid, you know, burning down these walls, not like a bad acid like sulfuric, a good acid, like lemon juice. It's pleasant. But that's actually very important, getting the arts and sciences together. I mean, an early group with a Cincinnati AI Catalyst here, it was very important. We realized that AI, don't think it's STEM. Don't just reach out to the STEM schools, right? Reach out to the School for Creative and Performing Arts, this sort of nonlinear jumps. AI will be perfect for that. Another sort of weirder thing to talk about for the future is how are we in all of our different backgrounds going to deal with this idea that this new kind of intelligence among us, what is it like? How does it work? How do we play a role in training it and then understanding what we built? You put it on a couch and talk to it like a psychoanalyst, or you do an fMRI, which is what people are doing now. They're looking at layers of transformers and trying to reverse engineer, responses and so on. A fascinating area there. And I think that will engage all of us, and just a whole generation will be trying to figure out what it has built and what it is building, and that will take all of our minds at universities.
Awesome, thank you. So we're running a couple minutes. We'll give each of you 1 minute for any kind of final comment, statement that you would like to make. Wrap up this afternoon's presentation.
So I think my final comment should be, because I'm sitting here in front of entrepreneurs and big co-people and academics and even students. And there's this whole thing as we're here, and certainly the Cincinnati AI Catalyst is here, to make us a hub. And one of the interesting things, and you see it in the way these 4 universities have snapped together. They're sort of mostly orthogonal in different ways, but they span a very interesting space. And I think that's going to be the case with Cincinnati. You have some very unique thinkers converging here in a way that can really spike out compared to other locations across the country. So I have to end kind of on this positive note, and as a higher ed person, I'm so glad that this initiative has involved our universities in this very deep and complementary ways.
Renee?
Certainly agree with that, and I would add that what we can bring to the table, I think, as educators and as research centers can help forward all of this technology, but in a way that is mindful of bigger picture and what it is we're trying to accomplish with it. Not just how do we get to the revenue generation moment, but why are we doing this? And how can we do it in a way that keeps us honest and in the society that we want to be in?
So I think that for universities to win this challenge of this new emerging technology and what do we do with it, we need to harness even more the energy, the competency, the creativities of the students. It's basically democratizing a lot more the knowledge sharing, not the top-down where there is a faculty that impart knowledge and truth. But actually, in many ways, students are well ahead of many faculty in the use of Gen AI. So it's up to us to guide them in the right direction and again, emphasize the critical thinking and the ethical application. So a lot more collaboration, a lot more of a guide, of a tutor, instead of the professor.
So AI is going to be important no matter what in a few years, and it's like a truck, and we're either going to be able to sit in the driver's seat or we're going to get drugged behind it, but either way it's going to happen. And so what we would really like, I guess it's kind of a plea, is especially for our business partners that are co-located in Cincinnati, we have people that are really, really hungry for data and problems. We want to work on AI, students all the way from freshmen up to graduate students, doctoral students. So the more partnerships that we can build with companies that are co-located, that we can make Cincinnati a leader in AI, the better for us.
Awesome, awesome. Well, thank you very much for taking time out of your day today to spend. If we could, give them a round of applause. And we look forward to bigger and better things coming out of all of our local universities. Thank you. Thank you again. Thank you very much.
from Vernovus. If you could, sorry. If you could give folks a little love as they're coming on the stage. So, Kat. Next, we have Madhavi Najana from Women in AI. And Brian Moyer from Innovation Studio. Hi, Brian. And Nate Souter from Fifth Third Bank, as well as from Centrifuge and Dayton Entrepreneur Center. And finally, our moderator for today from Ohio X is Chris Berry. With my apologies, our partner, Summer Crenshaw, is also one of the panelists. I'm going to pay for that.
Thanks, Carl, and it's great to be here. See this turnout. I'm Columbus-based, as some of you may know, and so to see the energy and the passion of all these folks coming together, and Brian, I know you're joining us from Nashville, so you're not just bringing people together across Cincinnati and southwestern Ohio, but other states, other regions of our own state, which I think is incredibly exciting. And so as we're beginning, and Carl, thanks for doing the introductions of everyone, because, you know, I'm not new to town. I went to school down here, but I'm visiting. Brian's another perfect example from Nashville. One of the things we do on some of our events and podcasts is we ask all our guests, like, one place that you got to go for coffee or one place you got to go for like a lunch when you're visiting a city. And so maybe we'll just go down the line really quick to kind of do like a welcome to Cincinnati for people. And so Nate, if you're willing to go first, and Brian, I don't know if this is your first time in town, but you're welcome to plug something in Nashville. But Nate, if you wanna start, feel free.
Okay, sure. Well, I'm the res guy, but I commute every day to Cincinnati, so I'll give the Dayton place. Pettibone, which is near the Air Force Base. If you're familiar with Dayton, it's my third office, we'll call it. The artwork in there is beautiful. I can get a ton of stuff done, right? But yeah, it's got to be Pettibone.
Awesome. And we got Dayton, so now we're kind of really moving regionally. Summer?
There you go. I would say locally, E&O Kitchen. Getting the Brussels sprout salad is like to die for, which sounds super weird and like gross, but it's so good.
I had it 3 weekends ago, so it's delicious.
So the Landon Mason area, so I'm in the Montgomery area often, and around Kitchen Social, all the restaurants there is my go-to.
If you're talking about restaurants, definitely Mason Discounting for the restaurants, and I live in Mason as well.
Yeah, and I guess I would say First Watch. Probably 2 or 3 times a week I'm conducting business in a First Watch down in Nashville.
Yeah, awesome. Well, and thanks all for kind of hopping into something a little fun. But to start, Summer, I think with you first is a fitting place because you're a co-founder of Cincy Ai Week. You're an organizer for this. So as we're thinking about collaboration and building ecosystems around AI specifically, why are we here? Why did you do this? I know this just started a couple months ago, so I'm sure it's been insanity putting this all together.
5 weeks ago.
5 weeks ago. Okay. So 5 weeks ago, but why do this? Why are we here?
So I've been a tech founder many times over, and I was fortunate to be a part of the startup ecosystem in the 2016-2017 era. It's when the startup Cincy movement really started. You can ask anybody that was a founder during that time how. Not only was it just an amazing vibe, everybody was lifting each other up, and we were starting to really dig roots not only in Cincinnati, but start to really expand. But one of the things that I think was the biggest challenge with it is once you had any type of success, to keep going, you had to leave the city. So we saw amazing companies that ended up moving to Austin or out to the Valley, even down to Miami. We saw it consistently over and over again. Part of that is because of capital. But now with the introduction of AI, I think we actually have an opportunity to democratize in a way we've never seen before. And what I mean by that is we've got our local researchers, from Miami to UC to Xavier to NKU. We've got the research here. So that's step one. Most of them are very passionate about responsible AI. That's amazing. That's step 2. Then you've got others that are like the startup and innovation folks that are building great generative AI and other things using AI. And then you've got people that are in the room that are just enthusiasts. So to me, instead of having another scenario where Cincinnati becomes a flyover city or has a scenario where we just keep, exiting people over and over again, why don't we just raise the flag, not plant the flag, raise the flag, because we're already doing the work. And I think, for us, the reason that we wanted to start AI Week, obviously in Cincinnati is because we're here, but taking this across the nation is because we do believe that there are communities just like us out there that they don't have a megaphone, they don't have, all of the lights on them, and they need somebody to like come in and say, you guys are doing it, you're doing the work, tell the world. And so that's what we're building with the AI Week series. We'll be announcing other cities coming very soon. But that's what we wanted to do is say, okay, who are the big organizers in the community? Who are doing like the innovation? So everybody here, they're doing the innovation, they're doing the work. We're here to just be a megaphone for them.
Great. Well, thanks, Summer and Nate. Nate, let's go to you, because everyone that's here today is making a choice, and there's an intention to spending time on your Wednesday to be here in this room, or to be here on Tuesday, or to be here on Thursday, whether that's in a personal capacity or for companies to be here, and that's an investment of time and resources. But you're with Fifth Third Bank, so one of the pillars of the Cincinnati business community. It's an area that Fifth Third has invested deeply into, this startup ecosystem and that relationship of an ecosystem between startups and larger corporations, and this place of Union Hall and Centrifuge is a perfect example of that. But from a large corporation perspective, why the investment? Why are you all going all in on this?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. So being part of a large corporation, we learned through time and trial that it's like a lot easier to write a check for an engagement, and it's like really hard to show up. And it's even harder to get others to rally around understanding that what checks our box as a corporation isn't what checks young companies' boxes that are trying to build. And so trying to understand, and for us, what really clicked for us was making ourselves like the various entrepreneurial service providers in the state, where we become highly metric focused to either show the success of our programs or that maybe we're not doing it right and we should pivot to something else and then see if it builds up, right? So our involvement with Centrifuge started around a program called FinTech Frontier, which we've been running for 3 years now. And our goal with that was understanding, young companies are generally looking for 3 things, right? They're looking for talent, they're looking for funding, and they're looking for partnerships and customers. And so if we were going to put forth programming to, in theory, help those companies, but we weren't able to drive any of those 3 metrics, maybe we should be adult enough to say that our program's failing and we should adjust it to fix it. So that then branched into the innovation districts. I obviously live in Dayton. Dayton supported some of my early ventures. I feel like I've graduated from the startup guy hiding out in a big co to the big co guy that really loves startups. And so I really wish that other corporations in the area would find highly passionate individuals and give them permission to participate. Sometimes not always knowing the outcome, but something good always comes out of engaging with Cincy Ai Week or Startup Cincy Week or Dayton Startup Week, even if you don't know it right away, right? So showing up, being part of the ecosystem.
Yeah, and Brian and Mojave and Kat, I want to kind of go down the line, so maybe Kat, we'll start with you. But building systems is nothing new. AI ecosystems is a bit newer, especially with ChatGPT, where it democratized the technology in a real way. But whether it's for women in technology, Brian, you used to run an organization in Nashville to build up the Nashville technology community. How are you all thinking about and seeing applying lessons from other communities and other ecosystems that you've built up over time to this new one, which is kind of, in some ways, it's a blank slate when it comes to AI. And I know AI is not new, so researchers have built their ecosystems, but when it comes to really all of us, I'm not a technologist that's building LLMs in my free time, but I can go on ChatGPT. So again, it's opened it up for everyone. So Kat, maybe if you want to start, and then we'll go down the line.
Yes, yeah. So one thing that I definitely want to touch on, I came from doing ERP implementation, and about 4 years ago, I really took a focus on Cincinnati and the region, and the first thing that I noticed was that it was honestly very cliquey, and a lot of organizations weren't talking to each other. And one thing that has changed is that you see more and more collaboration. And after talking to others today, and it kind of seems like AI is finally bringing us together because we all have the same thoughts. We all want to run as quickly as we can, and so we want to do it together. We can accomplish more whenever we're partnering with other organizations, we're meeting new people, and we're coming together to build together because we can do more together than individually.
That's really very insightful, Kat. I think there is a real need for the AI ecosystems to be built. The reason being, I'll take the data points. According to the index that was being proposed, recently posted, the HAI index, there is a discussion, whether it is a longer discussion, but the topics were, there will be a AI workforce shift or will AI replace the work? So 53% mentioned that there won't be any work loss, and 47% was mentioned that there might be a potential work loss. And in terms of work shift, many of them voted, like 57% was voted that there might be a work shift. And rest of them voted that it can be a new change. The reason I'm calling this out is AI has been changing the way that we are doing work, and there is a real need for everyone to fill in the gap where we want to be in the future and build. In order to reach where we want to be, we have to be ready with the things, and these all ecosystems, whether they are local or global, all of these ecosystems, their vision is to fill those gaps and reach to a point where everyone is ready with the changing, ever-changing technologies. So if we take, I am here to represent Women in AI, which is a non-profit organization which has its presence in 130 countries and with 13,000 women day in and day out, talking about leadership, talking about empowering women, talking about various activities like hackathons or summits or awards to empower and educate women. When we take about the percentage of women in AI, it's just 30%, according to Gartner's report, gender gap report that was published last year. So that kind of surges out the urgency, the need for the ecosystems to be built with a common vision so that every organization that is striving to fill those gaps work together to build that gaps.
Brian?
Yeah, let me first say I'm so glad that I came up here for this week, and I am incredibly impressed, Summer, Zach, the others, with what you've done here in such a short amount of time. And not only this particular event, but the community that I see exists and all of the different players that are part of that. Very impressed, very similar talking points, what I'm hearing here, to the talking points that we have in Nashville. I spent 6 years running the Greater Nashville Technology Council, an organization very similar to OhioX that Chris runs, just at a super regional level. And realized during that time that Nashville's strength in many ways was recruiting tech companies to town. We were very, very, very good at that. I won't get into what that looks like and all the successes, but what I realized along the way is that we needed to do a better job of being more intentional in kind of a ground-up approach to growing the tech ecosystem, and that is, who's really focused on launching the next generation of tech startups? And so, in answer to that, when I left the Tech Council 2 years ago, I very intentionally went out looking for a solution and ended up launching a venture studio, which is in the business of launching startups that solve pervasive corporate problems through the use of AI. So we're right in the middle of this space, and one of the byproducts that we wanted to build as a part of that is an AI-focused community. We'd spent years and years building a tech-focused community, wanted to really get more intentional with the AI specific side of that. Zach reached out to me via LinkedIn maybe a month ago and said, hey, we're doing this Cincy Ai week. Would love to talk to you about maybe bringing this idea to Nashville. And it's like, this is perfect. This is exactly in line with what we're wanting to accomplish here. So I'd better go up there and meet these people and see what this is all about. See if this is really real and somebody that we want to associate with. And yes, you
too next year.
So I just love the similarities that I'm seeing here with Nashville and what we're trying to accomplish, and this has been a great experience.
Well, thanks, Brian. And Summer, I'd love to go to you next to talk about building to a region or a city's strengths, because I think that's something that we see a lot of, and our work is about building Ohio's tech hub. If we were trying to build Ohio's deep sea fishing hub, we would probably have a little bit less success because we just don't have that in our state. And Brian, you mentioned your former work. We're part of a national organization of groups like ours. And so something I hear that a lot of communities, not just in Ohio, but like across the Midwest, basically if you don't border one of the oceans is, something like a cost of living. Well, that doesn't really differentiate, in my opinion, Cincinnati from Columbus to Dayton to Cleveland to Milwaukee to Kansas City to you name it. And so that's really not a differentiator as we're thinking about, and you're taking this on the road across the U.S., Nashville and some other cities. But as we're in Cincinnati, what is that Cincinnati AI opportunity that perhaps gives Cincinnati a leg up? And then when you go to Nashville, they're going to have their own opportunity.
Yeah, so here, obviously, we can all name kind of what has popped up over the years. We were really strong in insurance, consumer packaged goods, because obviously we've got our two behemoths that are in market. So that's very clear, but we also had this emerging, we've got 20 separate startups. I think we had close to 50 that applied to do a showcase in AI here in our back rooms, right? Like we've got so many that are doing amazing work. And we also have some folks, we do have one of the startups that they are actually from Nashville, randomly, but she started here in Cincinnati and moved to Nashville. So I'm like, well, boomerang back, girl, come back. Like, we want you here. So I think that, for us, yes, we're tying into the strengths of the city, but we're seeing this really cool, look around. I've never seen, honestly, and I'm really damn proud of this, never seen this many women in a tech conference, ever. And we were very, very intentional with that. We were very intentional with ensuring that it wasn't just a bro ecosystem, no offense, but we wanted to make sure that we represent the community at large. Like, it has to be a part of that thought. And so I remember the very first day I introduced the Cincy Ai Catalyst, and the first question was, oh, well, who's the persona? Who are you guys targeting? And I'm like, humans in Cincinnati. Do you breathe? Awesome. Do you think AI is bad, good, or you like it? I don't know. Like that, to me, it was, if I'm gonna represent the culture, I have to represent all walks of that culture. So, yesterday we saw people that were just concerned citizens. They had zero to do with business, zero to do with building anything. They were just concerned, and they wanted to hear that there were people in this community that were saying responsible AI is the way, human-centered is the way. So that is a part of our ecosystem that is exceptionally strong. It will not look like this in every city. We know not everybody's thinking and doing research on responsible AI and building that out. But I think when we go to Nashville, for instance, healthcare is going to be really critical. They've got Vanderbilt and all of the other major institutions there. Healthcare is going to be really, really strong there. So we'll lean into that. So it might not be Responsible AI Day. It might be Healthcare AI Day, right? When we go to Miami, it's likely going to be in the crypto and blockchain AI event. I think we'll always have AI in leadership and innovation in some way, shape, or form, but we'll have to lean into the community and our community partners as a model to say, what are your strengths? Tell us what your strengths are, and what we'll do is be really good about helping activate, and again, being that, the megaphone to showcase the local initiatives.
Yeah, great. And Kat, I'd love to go to you next, but kind of taking the question of And Mojave, then to you, your organizations are not just located here, Get With It and Women in AI, but those are statewide and larger than that and international even. And so kind of the lessons that you're learning from perhaps other ecosystems and studying those and seeing what they're doing just in Ohio. Again, I'm in Columbus and people are, I know Keith from our team is from Toledo and he was here yesterday. But as we look about, what we can learn and take and then kind of, in this case, make it unique to Cincy AI Week.
Yeah, I think at least, so I'm the co-president also for Get With It Cincinnati, which is the largest women in tech nonprofit here in Cincinnati, and we host conferences throughout the year, and we also have chapters in Columbus, Cleveland, and Pittsburgh as well. And so in conversations with all of our members at our national level, Cincinnati is really booming, and we have so much support from so many different organizations. Whenever I first joined the board for Get With It, we probably had 15 attendees at our quarterly events. We now have over 100 attendees at our quarterly events. Our next one that we have coming up is going to be in Blue Ash on July 17th, and it's actually our community collaboration event. And the reason why that we created this event was because there's so much amazing stuff that is going on in Cincinnati. And it is going to take you a while to figure out who is doing what. So to help to streamline that process, and the reason why I get out and everybody sees me all over the place is because I'm trying to find who's doing what in all of these little pockets to bring everyone together. So at our next event that we have coming up, we have individuals speaking about, sharing the things that they're doing, the Cincy AI Humans group, the data analytics group, the ISSA talking about their security group, variety of things, and also having information about other meetups that are out there that are coming up. And bringing those people together. I think a big thing too is listening to other people, listening to what they want to hear, and bringing that topic to life, and putting that out there for the public, for other people to talk about that as well. I think from a women's perspective, and the parts of the industries that are within tech that may be lacking in my eyes some, is in the infrastructure space. We're certainly growing with women in cybersecurity, data analytics, all of the things, but infrastructure, I think, is an area that we need to put some emphasis on, and it's certainly the baseline of anything that we're doing within AI. And so talking about what hardware that individuals are using to run their AI, like what are you doing? We have to figure out and bring those people together and talk more about the infrastructure space as well, so we don't go too far and forget about our foundation.
Thank you, that was really great. I represent Women in AI as a Ohio State ambassador, and the upcoming events that we'll be opening volunteers for the state of Ohio, and there are many opportunities that comes up, like mentorship programs, hackathons, and also connecting with various leadership with the mentorship programs, and also having the discussions on leadership tech talks on various areas of technology like AI governance, how organizations can lead their aspects of AI. However, there are few challenges, not just only with the ecosystem, but building trust and sharing the knowledge. I think the data privacy as well as the intellectual property concerns are still there across all various ecosystems. Just having to build that trust and having that confidence empowers the organizations to come together as a single unit and help themselves grow, as well as move the AI revolution in industry upfront. So, yeah.
And Nate, let's go to you if we could pass the mic down, please. But we've been talking about some of the positives, some of the strengths, but also when building ecosystems, they can be a bit fragile because they're living, breathing. Pitfalls. and you've seen it from some. And again, you're talking about Dayton and Cincinnati and doing this in the fintech space. But as this AI ecosystem, which is newer, is getting built, what are some of those pitfalls to be aware of?
Oh goodness. Ecosystems are messy, right? And they're complex, and they have missions, and a lot of missions are very complementary, but the lines of communication just don't happen supernaturally. They happen extremely intentionally, right? So having a unique seat from a corporation, it's okay, like we support a lot of you. I'd rather not do the same tasks with each one of you. Could you all start like working together, kind of, right? Which would be so nice. And so even, and that started, honestly, like that realization started, we took half a day from Startup Cincy Week and took it to 1819. And now, granted, it was based around fintech, but it showed that like, hey, there's like, number one, more space here. There's real estate. Some of these companies are located in the building. Let's just have them come downstairs. And student engagement's always really hard, though, right? Like, how do we get students a mile off campus? From a corporate seat, it's really hard for a corporation to work with a young company. Like, this isn't just an AI problem. It's kind of just a universal problem. Like, we can choke a young company in due diligence and vendor relations and all of this. And I think the curiosity is, how do we continuously make it easier for young companies to work with corporations? And I think that in the ecosystem, like with our powers combined, right, we can start to take some of that lift off of the individual corporations or off of the individual young companies to see, like, so let's say a corporation has like 10 boxes that they need to check to be able to work with a young company, right? I'm curious because a big thing in Cincinnati is we have a lot of Fortune 1000s, right? Let's call it Fortune 1000s or bigger. How many of those boxes are the same for all of the corporations here? And can we work with a Centrifuge or an 1819 or any other entity to help young companies build their products with those checkboxes in mind so that they're ready for that B2B scaling, right? So right now it's a pitfall, but I just think with a little bit of effort, and Cincy Ai Catalyst is really taking that charge in how do we start to understand rules and guidelines? Like, it's very reminiscent of the crypto, blockchain, Web3 buzzword days, where like still at Fifth Third, and I know a lot of other companies, like working with a company that has one of those descriptors is still dead on arrival. And right now, AI is largely the same, but the risk of not figuring this out is so much higher that we have to figure this out.
And Brian, would love to go to you, and then one comment and one kind of note for after Brian goes is that would love to open it up for questions. And so if you have one, start to think about it, just raise your hand and we'll try to call. But Brian, would love your perspective on some of the lessons from previous tech ecosystem building, whether it's around cities, regions, or even technologies themselves. And you mentioned, Nate, the blockchains and some of the others.
Yeah, I don't think that there's anything particularly unique about building an AI ecosystem compared to a broader tech ecosystem. There's a book that I've read multiple times by Brad Feld called Startup Communities and How to Build a Startup Community in Your City that really does a nice job of laying out what that should look like and the things to watch out for. A couple things that resonated with me. He talks about the role that universities should play, the role that government, both state and local, should play, not to run or to own it, but to support it. And I think most importantly is, as you're building a community like this, that there is no one organization or one individual who's the king of the mountain, who says, this is mine. It has to be a collaborative thing. Otherwise, it's going to die. And that's probably the thing that I remembered the most, and something that I tried to put into practice as I was leading the Tech Council is, if somebody else came in and they had an idea and they were excited about it, don't try to shoot it down. Don't try to say, well, we ought to be doing that. We're the big king. Just embrace it and support them and go out on your social media feeds. And that's what I'm seeing happening here, that I'm so impressed with, and I think you should be proud of.
Yeah. And Nate, you had a remark about the blockchain and the Web3 and the crypto, because I think that's the other tough part of this, filtering out some of the noise. And I've seen some of these companies or people on LinkedIn that 5 years ago were blockchain experts, and then 3 years ago they came Web3 crypto experts, and now they're today AI experts and AI companies, and it's kind of like, well, which are you? And so maybe Summer, maybe that's kind of to Brian's comments, would love to hear your perspective that as you are doing this fast and building this with intentionality, how do you navigate that of working with groups like Cincinnati AI Catalyst, some of the big corporates, but at the same time, you know, if you started 5 weeks ago hosting monthly committee meetings around topics and everything, this conference would probably be happening in 2 years. And so that just doesn't work for tech. And so how are you thinking about managing that perhaps, you know, the rest of us as we're doing this work in Nashville or Ohio or elsewhere can perhaps, you know, take some ideas from?
So I think time compression was actually a big part of making this come true. I think telling everybody, hey guys, we're going to do AI Week in 5 weeks, everybody looked at me like I was insane. But then we're like, okay, we'll do it. And everybody jumped in. You know, I think you just have to embrace the chaos, and that's what AI is all about, is kind of embracing chaos. But I think, you know, when we've been building, this model, and Zach and I were very thoughtful about building not only what we would do here, but like, how do you take this city to city? You know, we said the core has to be the community groups. Like, that's number one. So if you guys look around, there's posters everywhere. You're going to see Cincy AI Meetup, right? You're going to see Get With It. You're going to see Women in AI. These are our community groups, and we want them to have as much, if not more, than anything that has to do with Cincy AI Week. It's not about this. It's about them. And if you empower them to just tell their story to a larger audience, they're going to accelerate. And then it's all just mutually beneficial. So it's very much core to us is to say, okay, we don't know what we don't know, but I know our groups do. So I can go to Kendra and I can go to Helen and say, okay, you guys have been rocking this for almost a year now, or maybe even longer than that. You know, where's the challenges? Where's the opportunities? Who are the people that are going to be the most passionate? Great, there are volunteers. Or they're on our host committee that are really, you know, there and embed in it. Same thing with Kat. Kat did an amazing job hustling through all of this and volunteering and helping us put together the Women in AI breakfast tomorrow. All women invited, no men, sorry. Tomorrow morning, like we're all going towards a unified effort, and I think that we naturally feel it. So I think that that's been really key to our success.
Questions? Anyone want to dive into the conversation with us? Come on, I know someone wants to hop in. Jeff, I knew I could count on you.
Somebody's got to do it.
Yeah.
So Nate, your thought about the 10 boxes and trying to convert. The obvious analogy is college applications, the common college application. That's basically what you're describing, right?
Yeah, it's true, right? Like, it's easy to focus on security. I think the curiosity that I have amongst those 10 boxes is how many of those boxes are subjective. When it comes to a lot of things in corporations, and when it comes to approvals, right? Folks are using a tremendous amount of discernment based on how they're feeling that day on if something gets pushed through, how fast it gets pushed through, and everything else, right? And I think really trying to be more objective about what those checkboxes are, whether it's the construction of the applications and how they're built from the ground up, to how things are being reported on, to due diligence, to vendor relations, to audit, all that kind of stuff, right? Like, I would hope that those are the checkboxes that young companies can build their products with those in mind, so that when a young company meets with a corporate, the first conversation isn't, hey, like, you know, are you going to steal our stuff? It's, hey, show me a really cool piece of tech. Right? Like, I would love to get in that habit much more.
Thanks.
Please. Bye, Jeff.
Thank you so much for the comments. They've been fabulous. The last couple of days have been amazing. My name is Jorge, and I'm the president and CEO of the YMCA. And in keeping with yesterday's theme of not leaving people behind, there are not a lot of nonprofits here. And nonprofits are trying to address, I think, some significant issues that can really be helped with AI. Thoughts, comments about how we might do the same with that group as we're doing for those that are creating margins.
Carl's staring me in the eyeballs. Like, it was actually very much something we talked about, but when we were looking at the broader audience, hey, how do we introduce this thought to the market first? And then what Enterprise Tech Association is doing quarterly engagements and doing leadership summits, more or less, that will be very specific to the industry type. So that's one of the things that we'll be doing. Nonprofits, we did actually talk to quite a few, actually, and a lot of them were more wanting to look at the 101 of AI and like having the community groups talk or having the startup ecosystem talk in any way, that was a little bit too over their head. They really wanted to actually roll up their sleeves, get into how do I use ChatGPT first? And so we said, okay, well, we'll create a separate event for that so that we can actually engage them and have the meaningful conversations. And then that way we could just introduce this to the market, get the market excited, and then the nonprofits know, okay, at least Cincy AI Week delivered, some crazy event to, 1,500 people, then they can come in and teach us, how to use ChatGPT.
Brian, did you want to have an add on there?
I was just
before
going to
we go?
say that somebody just reached out to me, hosting in next month, and focused on nonprofits, asking us to come in and speak about the use of AI and how it could be leveraged. So that's one thing. The other is, there's a group that was created just as kind of a grassroots thing, made up of all kinds of techies around Nashville that wanted to volunteer their time in support of nonprofits. And that eventually rolled up under Hands-On Nashville because they knew how to manage something like that. And it's grown into, I mean, there's like 250 people, volunteers, that have volunteered their time and to provide these services more or less free of charge to nonprofits to help them with their technology needs.
And also just to add what Brian mentioned, it's what drives is the curiosity, the ease for learning, and also building that network. So all of these drives building up things and trying to learn and building up the ecosystems that kind of share the same goal of challenges or opportunities or how to socialize or have that networking events. We do have a lot of networking events. This is one of the greatest, I would say, within Cincinnati. The event that is happening right now that kind of brings all of us together on a single stage or single group with multiple events going on in the same place. And there are monthly events that Helen and Kendra are doing, the Cincy AI Week, and few more to be coming up, the one that you mentioned, summer, that's going to come up. So all of these are trying to build up the knowledge and try to spread the knowledge and also try to build up the ecosystem that could help in terms of building the workforce for the next generation, or maybe the next, I won't say the generation because the AI is moving so fast. Whatever the technology that we have today is no longer going to be a technology for tomorrow. So whatever I have learned yesterday may not be applicable for today. So that's where that fast it is going. So we have to catch up that fast, and these ecosystems help that building that kind of environment where people can collaborate and also build that space efficiently to help the companies grow together.
Great, thank you. Any more questions? I think one over there, and as Carl walks the mic over, I'll add another group that we've seen a lot of interest and outreach that you wouldn't normally expect, and that's teachers in the K through 12 space. And they're not even computer science teachers or anything overly technical, but they just know they need to, and they don't necessarily have the resources, and so they're just doing it on their own. And it's an area that Jeff, I know Inter Alliance and the Roundtable's focusing on, and a lot of others, but vitally important. But please, question.
This is maybe a very subjective question, is not a right answer, but I was wondering, when does it, you guys keep on using the word ecosystem, but when does it go from ecosystem to like industry? So it's like self-sustaining, and I guess where's the threshold? To me, it's like, okay, maybe it's not hemorrhaging VC capital anymore, and it's like, now it's stable and then actually making money, but like, when does it go from ecosystem to industry?
Anyone want to take a crack at it to start? Yeah.
So one of the things we talked actually about at the Catalyst, because the Catalyst was very much a part of bringing this to life too. For us, we're looking at deal flow that comes out of this event. We're really going to be engaging with folks, and that deal flow can look like, our startups get investment, or they get clients, or we've got vendors in the room that are AI experts that are getting deals. So how do you have a thriving revenue generation out of that? Like they've done engagements, and they've kind of looked at that. I think in addition to that is how many people do we engage on not just this event, but what's the follow-up, right? Like, what's the next event that we do? Are they coming back? Do we see consistent month-over-month retention, so to speak? And I think that that's what we're looking at right now. It's like, okay, did we retain people, and did they also potentially, gain revenue? I mean, at the end of the day, like, we have to look at that, because you're going to boomerang if you didn't get revenue or didn't get funding, right? And then for us as an ecosystem supporter, like, if you're not retaining those people, you're not putting out a good product, so to speak.
That's good. Brian?
My answer to that, when our chamber would be out making presentations, the industries that were always listed on their slide were healthcare, manufacturing, and tourism. And I finally convinced them to put technology only horizontally instead of vertically, because technology is the underpinning of all of those. And I was happy with that particular illustration. And we were providing, according to statistics, about $10 billion worth of economic impact to the economy, which was right in line with what the music industry was doing. But I always like to see it more of a vertical instead, horizontal instead of a vertical.
I'm always good for a hot take or two. So when I think ecosystems, a lot of times I gravitate to talent. From a corporation's angle, it's like we're really good at supporting things, right? So Cincinnati has a great corporate support system, but as corporations, like, sometimes we kind of suck at engaging, right, and showing up. The other side of this, though, and why we want to attract young companies into an actual ecosystem is, companies get bought, they get acquired. Companies don't always make it, right? But keeping that talent in Cincinnati and having them grow toward their next venture is the reason why we want to keep them here. And so all of our organizations, think of like Fifth Third as like a whole bunch of mini corporations, and other corporations are the same. We're constantly faced with, okay, are we going to build it ourselves? Does a company exist in the ecosystem that we could either be a customer of, partner with, or look at as an acquisition target? Or do we not know enough about a challenge that maybe just we are facing, or that other companies, right? So thinking about 1819 again, there are a bunch of corporations that have space there. Is there a topic that we're all interested in that we're not ready for yet, but we know is coming, that we could partner with a university to help us investigate it, so that we have guidance once we are ready to start tackling it? Like, that talent ecosystem, like even talking to college students and spinning up speculative research, I always ask, how many of you want to work for a big co? How many of you want to work for a small co? And like, how many of you don't know? And like, all the hands go up. And so, like, even as far as FinTech Frontier goes, FinTech Frontier is a collaboration between Fifth Third, Western and Southern, and Jobs Ohio. We call it, like, can't get around the pun, right? We run a FinTurn program where we pay for 17 internships to work in area FinTech companies, because we want them to get that exposure. Now, we also know that in the ecosystem, some young companies are more able than others to offer full-time employment afterwards. But by God, I want to be able to ask those fintechs, like, hey, how is this person? Because then we want to look at hiring them and keeping them in Cincinnati as well.
Yeah, I would just say real quickly, as far as like with talent, I mean, my job personally in staffing and technology is to talk to all of the people in technology, who's doing what. It goes full circle. My candidates become my clients become my candidates, and even through that process, for myself, it's, if I hear somebody that's speaking on one thing that is specific to their industry, and I've just met somebody 2 weeks ago who has going through a similar situation, I'm trying to get those two individuals together and talk. So I would say keep open lines of communications with your partners and those people in your groups, because we're all going out and meeting new people and talking to new people, and we have connections that we can make and referrals that we can offer to others. And so just being open and asking to get a little bit more specific.
Yeah. Thanks, Kat. And my group, we host a lot of events, and my favorite thing is when a moderator keeps us on time. And so we're about at time. But I want to give Summer the last word here as our organizer and the bringer of all of us together. What is the question, or what is the call to action for this group for this Cincy Ai week? And Dave, 2 of 3. But as we're moving forward out of this session and this week.
Yeah, stay involved. Stay involved. You know, we're going to consistently put out new shows. We will be announcing 2025's AI Week. We will be doing quarterly events. We just want to keep you involved. If you did not participate in this event and you were like, why not? I am sorry it took me 5 weeks to put this together and I ran out of time. Please come to me. Please tell me who you are. Let me know who you are. We will absolutely put you into our ecosystem so that you can thrive here, but at the end of the day, we're road showing. So we want others to come with us because we're gonna be building bridges to other cities, and that it's really important so that we can grow and scale Cincinnati through our bridges. And at the end of the day, my goal is to put a little bit of a dent in the cities that are in the coasts because I'm so sick of being called a flyover city. I think we're done with it. So that's what I want to prove to the world that we're done with it.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone. Carl.
Let's hear it for Chris and a great panel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, so the Startup Showcase is about to begin. So there is other programming on the fourth floor. I don't recall what it's called, but there is other programming on the fourth floor. You can take a look at your agenda. The folks that are the founders that are presenting, please come and line up according to the agenda along here, and we'll go ahead and we're going to get started literally in 60 seconds. So.
Yes. Yes.
Okay? So I want everybody to remember something here, right? This is about community. This is about love. So unfortunately, we're not going to have time for Q&A, but we're going to have plenty of time to say thank you to these folks, right? Okay, so starting up, our first company is called Gym Boss, and please give it up for Elena Carrera.
Hi, thank you for your time today. My name is Elena Carrera. I am the founder for gymboss.io. What we have done is revolutionize the gym industry. So instead of just members and billing, we have created regular brick and mortar into a smart gym. The problem, What's the big issue with brick and mortar? Lots and lots of inefficient manual processes. If you have virtual training, even more so, very cumbersome. Lots of billing that's difficult to keep track of. Think if you have 600 members, how are you going to keep everybody on track? So what we do is we take all of the guesswork out, we have automated our billing, and we have auto-attended smart gyms. We have advanced subscription management and comprehensive trainer and owner tools that were not available in the marketplace before. We also have loved and enjoyed AI as it has come into our world, and we have created a couple of chat bots for our main trainer. We have the Elena bot and a portable gym, and our gym will show up soon. He was a little late. Key features and partners. So you can literally drive up to our gym, any gym that our technology is inside, in the middle of the night, brand new city you've never been in, with your cell phone. Purchase your membership. Maybe you need a day pass because you're only there for a weekend. Maybe you just moved into town and you want to pay for the whole year up front. Automated billing, metabolic partner network. We have a way to tie in tools for your trainers. We have a way for personal trainers or coaches who do not have brick and mortar also. So we have our cases, our test cases right now that have been in place since the pandemic. Year-over-year growth by 35%. So the members have not really increased as much, but the efficiency has. It's putting the trainers in the place where they do what they do best. Here's our QR code if you want to find us and a little bit more about us. These are 2 test cases. I believe that is it. 1 minute. I'm sorry. I went so fast. Thank you.
Fantastic. You can imagine somebody who works out that much, she's able to do everything very aerobically. So thank you for great pitch there. Next up is Alexander Mann with Vineyard Vantage.
Thanks, everybody. So my name is Alexander Mann. I reside in the Shenandoah Valley of Virginia. It's awesome coming out here and interfacing with everybody and learning about AI and having some awesome conversations. So for the sake of time, I'm going to keep it short and just kind of run through this. And if you have any questions, feel free to meet up with me later. So my company is Vineyard Vantage. It's founded around these smart weather stations. A lot of the talks that you've heard today and yesterday have been about an importance on your data. Like, data is the new gold, and your outputs from AI models are only as good as your inputs. So the company that manufactures this is called Tempest. This is the size of the weather station. I brought one just for reference. And these are all of the different metrics that it collects. Very affordable weather station. I recommend everyone buy one. And Tempest is a great company. They provide this really awesome dashboard, and you can set up simple alerts. But something that I found when I installed the weather station to my first client or my first winery, not really knowing that it was going to turn into a AI business, they were asking me questions after the weather station was installed, like, can it forecast spraying? Can it detect how the growing degree days are aging the vines faster or slower for a warmer or cooler year? So this is a picture of one of the stations out in the field. These are a couple of the farmers that I work with. So I have a handful of vineyards. It's a relatively, like I said, I had the idea last year. But one of the products that I'm offering is a digital dashboard. So we don't want the data to just sit stagnant. We want to be able to deliver insights. So a dashboard that lives in the tasting room that the customers can interface with and the tasting room staff can use as an educational prop. Another thing, this is where the AI comes into play a little bit, is I developed a really basic algorithm that is able to take all of the measurements from the weather station and output a spray forecast dashboard. I only have one more minute, so I'm going to speed through these. A couple pictures of the vineyard. The growing degree days, which is another one that I heard back, a product that the vineyards wanted. So we're able to track the growing degree days and forecast the maturation dates and estimate the harvest within 2 to 3 weeks, months ahead of harvest based on the warm trends and looking at past. So working on a pest emergence using AI and looking at the content as the time goes on, and at the end, taking the data and putting it into a QR code, a consumer-facing vintage report that the customer can scan and interact with to have a contextualized conversation with the product that they bought. And so thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Alexander. Our next presenter is Rich Tile from Product Forge.
There's that one there. You hear me? Now can you hear me? There we go. All right, sweet. Let's do it. Hi, everybody. My name is Rich Tile. I am the founder of Product Forge. The problem that we're solving is that 70% of all product initiatives, think software products, product initiatives, fail. The reason they fail is because product teams don't follow a consistent process for bringing a product idea to market, and because product managers, the folks in those roles that make the decisions about what we're going to build next, they are completely and utterly overwhelmed with the amount of work that they have to do this. So the solution is for us to take as much work off the product manager's plate as possible by leveraging generative AI to do a bunch of work for them. Our market, just to give you an idea, we're playing in similar spaces, not the same, but similar spaces to products like Jira and ADO, that's Azure DevOps, so it's a big, big market. And you might be wondering, like, how do we go about doing this? And this is just a video, so we're just gonna watch this video, but I'm gonna talk over it. We do this by following something called the product development lifecycle. In the product development lifecycle, you start by defining a business objective, then you identify and test solutions. I knew the video would fail me if I weren't ready, so let me rewind. There you go. You identify and test solutions, then you gain internal support for actually doing that initiative, then you execute the build, and finally you support the launch. So in this video, which I won't be stopping again, we're gonna use, we're gonna use this product, pretend that I took this and I connected it to the internet, so I could keep track of, like, did I drink enough water, did I not drink enough water, that kind of thing. So here we go. We know a few things about your product. We generated this persona for you using generative AI. These are some pain points that you might experience and why you might be a customer. And we're going to start by doing a brainstorm. We want to know a business objective. Your business objective is to increase use amongst busy business professionals, of Product Forge itself and water consumption. So we generated some ideas. We're taking a look at those ideas. We're going to jump out to team hydration challenges and leaderboards. So you can imagine if you're in a company, we're going to do that sort of thing. We score this thing and rate it. We say, oh, this is actually a little bit better of an idea. We want to then come up with some big bodies of work that we might do as a product team to start. And in a few minutes, or in a minute here, we will break that larger body of work down into smaller bodies of work. We'll do that right in here. So wait for it. We'll jump in there. So this is the particular large body of work that we're going to take a look at, and we're going to do the exact same thing, suggest epics. And what we're doing, this is a massive amount. It's 80% of the work that a product manager does, but it's about 20% of the value. The 80% of the value comes from their relationships with the people in their organization. And so we generated all these smaller bodies of work. This is the kind of stuff you hand off to an engineering team and say, hey, engineering team, go do this. And at the end of this, then, and Carl's about to kick me out, we generate some release notes to say, like, hey, this is what we actually built for you over the last sprint. So that's our work. Would love to talk to you about it afterwards. Thanks so much. See you.
Thank you. Okay, next up from VSI's Actionable IoT, this is Chris Brannock. Yeah, let's hear it for the real Chris Brannock.
I think it just comes up. Okay. Okay, go. It's on.
All right. Hi, I'm Chris Brannock. I'm glad I made it. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about VSI's Actionable IoT. Just to give you a little bit of background, we've sold off previous intellectual property. We have a history in complex assets. Our most recent award was a product top solution by Constellation Research. We saw the book downstairs just now, actually by Ray Wong, who's the president of that. We're happy to see that. And then we won the Green Room Award with Alloy Growth Labs in the fall. I want to talk just about a client. I think this is the most important thing to hear today, so I'm going to talk to you about that. So this is a climate control case study. The problem they had is they had 50 district offices, big company. They had a corporate office, and they had all these customers, and they needed to connect everybody up. And one of the biggest things with tens and thousands of assets out there, they didn't have a good way to do that. With using our technology, they were able to increase productivity within their remote monitoring group by 40%. And we just found out in the past 3 weeks, they were able to eliminate 92% of the alarms necessary to be touched by a human. And I'm going to talk to you about this in just a minute. How do they do that, and what are we talking about? We're part of their connected services, their intelligent services strategy. Okay, so in their world, they had 3 different IoT platforms, 6 different email systems, an ERP solution, a customer relationship management solution. They had HVAC equipment with emails. They had no way to orchestrate that data to act on it. Okay, so that was a big issue for them. These are some of the problems that they're solving. Consider things like proposed greenhouse gas emissions. That's a huge thing. Limiting and preempting failures, that's a huge thing. These are all things that we're helping them do. How do we do that? We are a hyper filter to all that data I just told you about. We hyper filter that, and then we act on it and generate actionable events, and we actually do the first 2 hours of every service level that they have as well. Then they generate the work order to do something. Then they create some sort of ticket affiliated with that. So what's the future? This is data that you've never before had. Typically, you throw it over the fence to a distributor. Come fix the building, the HVAC's down, or it seems like it's going down. That's where we come into play. So the future is something like taking that extra data, combining it with the data you already have, maybe doing something like digital twins, which we're working with today, Christopher Brock and Primary Hosting on the AI side, tying that together and taking this macro view of what I was just telling you and applying it to a campus, a group of buildings, facilities. Somebody said, what about a building management system? I said, yeah, they may have 2 or 3 things connected, but they don't have the power generation connected. You don't know the HVAC's going down because of the power. We help with all of that. So our ask today, these are the areas that we're looking for assistance. Please go ahead and connect with us. We also are downstairs, and we'll be at all the events tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Now, for the second showing is Jonathan Martis from Give to Get.
Does that work? Okay. All right. Technology. Let's talk. We do all know how to use technology. We better, right? Is this the clicker? Yep. Hey everyone, welcome. Or glad to be here. This is John Martis. I am the founder of Give to Get, which is a AI-driven crowd recruitment and talent connection marketplace, enabling anyone to monetize their network by referring people, matchmaking and referring people into jobs. So we have a really big problem on our hands, and it's a human alignment problem, and it's caused by resumes, and it's deep-rooted, and it's one of those problems like carbon monoxide that doesn't show until it's too late. And so this human alignment problem has caused a big riff, and there's a lot of people out there that don't really talk about it out loud, but they leave their jobs at the rate of 6 out of 10 people. And those people are called quiet quitters. And the companies that are hiring based on resumes are continuing to feed this problem into their company. So what we do is we focus on bridging this gap between talent and employers by making talent acquisition personal. And so you have two different journeys here for job seekers. A lot of them, if I were to survey the room, most of you have landed your job because of who you know, but a lot of people resort to job boards, and job boards don't produce culture fit. They don't produce warm introductions into jobs, and have a 15% success rate. Whereas Give to Get, we match jobs to company cultures, and then we match job seekers to job connectors to get you to the top of the stack of resumes so that you can land your job faster and at an 85% success rate. So you have problems for job seekers. They lack connections and culture fit. We match cultures and job connectors. Job connectors, it's really too hard to source hidden talent, and they don't get paid enough to do it. We do the heavy lifting, and networkers get paid 6 to 8% of first-year salary. Hiring managers, again, job boards don't yield culture augmentation or retention, and our referrals enhance culture, perform better, and last longer at the company. Staffing firms suffer from non-scalable talent pools and databases that are dormant. And so we turn everyone into recruiters, surface hidden talent, and scale pools. Is that the 1 minute? 0. Oh, setup's part of it. Okay. Okay. I'll just go right to it.
We enable staffing firms to activate their databases, update profiles, and build crowd recruitment communities using TAG, our affiliated partner program. TAG allows firms to engage database members in crowd recruitment without additional cost. Our AI matchmaking system connects networkers with companies based on shared interests, uncovering hidden talent for companies and ensuring networkers find their ideal match. At Give to Get, we value actions for others. That is why we offer commissions to networkers who provide successful referrals. Additionally, we offer convenient monitoring of your referrals. Recognizing the importance of referrals over resumes, our AI system identifies the optimal connector suited to request a referral for your next job opportunity. For the full prototype, please reach out.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Paul.
Is it HDMI only?
There's the adapter there.
Okay, so next up is Nick Sorrell from Load Partner.
Hi, everybody. I am Nick Sorrell, co-founder of Load Partner. We are building an AI enablement platform for logistics companies. So we work on problems in the freight tech space and the freight space specifically. So brokerage to driver communications is a really time-consuming and costly, human-intensive task. So the outbound call is called a check call, and that might be asking the driver for an ETA or the temperature of the trailer. At least 20% of loads on the road are still manual calls where a broker, a load coordinator, or a nearshore company is picking up the phone and saying, hey, where are you? On the other side of that are driver questions on the inbound. What's the appointment time? What's the address? What's the pickup number? So Load Partner is a solution that automates outbound and inbound with scheduled and dynamic AI voice calls, SMS, and emails. We've built a proprietary AI and act as an automated call center. So what that means is when there's a problem on the load, we are escalating that to a human, but we are handling a large majority of the routine calls. A big feature is the multilingual capabilities that we offer. Many drivers are non-native English speakers, so we can get better information by meeting them where they are. We have a robust API with webhooks, and we've just integrated this week with Thai TMS, which is a major TMS. And for the loads that are actually tracking with apps or ELDs are trucks, we can offer off-route detection to prevent fraud by taking some of that data in. So what's the market? Well, the top 1,000 brokerages are spending at least $80 million a month in load coordinators, ops teams, or nearshore partners. So it's a multi-billion-dollar nearshoring market that's supporting brokerages. We just went live in May, and we've had interest from 4 top 100 brokerages, piloting with one soon. We've onboarded 4 smaller companies. We're hearing from carriers as well about how to help their dispatch teams, and we're getting interest, of course, from nearshoring companies who are saying, hey, how can we utilize this to help reduce some of the burden on our people? So this cuts down on initial driver outreach by 95%. Why us? We are not just throwing data back to the customer, we are making actionable insights on when to escalate, why to escalate with some of that load intelligence. And we are founders with freight industry experience. So we're currently we're pre-revenue, we are building TMS integrations, we are focusing on customer acquisition. The enterprise is a longer tail. We're seeing more traction with smaller and mid-sized brokerages and nearshore companies. So please check us out at get.loadpartner.io, and thank you for your time.
Okay, so now it's Sanjeev Karani with Valkyrin Grocer AI.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Sanjeev Karani, CEO of Valkyrin. So what is the inspiration? Actually, one of the Valkyrie had number of different ventures. So back in 2009, I started Valkyrie with 3 different SaaS venture: supplier relationship management, corporate reputation management, and grocery price intelligence. GPI for short. Grocery price intelligence is something that has challenged us over the years. So this is actually our 3rd time looking at it. So 2009, we ended up focusing on reputation management, commercialized a venture called Neputation. 2015, we had a second attempt at it. Again, ran into a lot of technical challenges. We were scraping the major retailer sites, basically for product data pricing. Of course, that wasn't sustainable. There were AI ML maturity wasn't there either. 2017 started with JP Morgan Chase, led their digital innovation transformation, focus on 3 A's: big data analytics, AI ML, and APIs. Then joined Kroger, actually, and there was a reason, actually, me joining Kroger. One of my deep inspiration within Kroger was open up APIs, because APIs actually unlock basically all the innovation that we are seeing. If you're using your smartphone, underlying it's APIs that actually unlocks. So at Kroger, I had a number of different areas: AI, ML, Gen AI Center of Excellence, had behavior data analytics, API program under my leadership. We actually commercialized a couple of different billion-dollar startup under Kroger. So, and some of you may already know. One area I want to highlight, search was also actually under my leadership. Search monetization, content design systems, test and learn. So actually, for grocery, this is our 3rd time into it. Okay, so actually, okay. So in essence, like what does a grocery do? So we do 3 things: super search, super save, and super cart. So super search essentially think about simultaneously searching for basically multiple retailers at the same time. And really, it doesn't matter whether you start at an occasion level, you start at basically a product, ingredient. It's gonna, using AI, it's gonna actually figure out the essence of it. Super save is actually that side-by-side grid that we are all super familiar with. And super cart is actually a single cart that shops across multiple retailer. Okay, so I'm going to just skip through it. I'm going to just visually actually highlight. If any one of you Kroger shopper, if you search for a meal vegetarian lasagna, you only basically see, literally you're only seeing one product result, basically as of today morning. If you go to Instacart, basically you're going to see a whole bunch of these products that have nothing to do with basically vegetarian lasagna. And so just to summarize what we are doing, we're going to be launching literally over the next few weeks. We're going to have all the 5 major retailers here in Cincinnati and Chicago. And what we're going to do is really sum up the essence of like basically eating healthy on a budget. And basically, these are some of the sneak preview of like what we're gonna unlock. And here is basically that same value proposition that is available to consumer is also available to all the businesses in terms of commercial APIs being available. So thank you very much for your time.
He's got your slides.
Okay, so next up from Event Map Studio is Olivier Fischer.
That's it.
Hi.
So what I'm going to talk about today is our journey from just classic AI to integrating generative AI. So the problem that we solve is event sustainability, which is basically how do you make an event, how do you manage waste, how do you manage electricity, how do you manage water, etc., transportation. And so that's a pretty complex problem, and there's not one ideal solution. And so historically, that's the kind of problem that we've used AI on. And so basically what we did, I mean, in what I call classic AI, for the lack of a better word, is that they're hard to solve problems. And what you want to do is first is develop your data model of knowledge that's hard to model. And then you develop some heuristics to basically work on these models. So what we had is we decomposed event sustainability in a pretty standard fashion. And then we developed some heuristics on each of these areas that we want to rate our sustainability on. And basically, we integrated this data model and these heuristics in a map builder that the user can build their event with. And as they're building their event, the heuristics give feedback on how the user is doing and how sustainable the event is along all these dimensions. And at any point in time, the user can actually dig deeper into the heuristic itself to see how they can actually, improve their rating. So that works pretty well, but there's two limitations to this. There's probably more, but there's the two main ones. First of all our data model really deals with the map itself. And there's a lot of stuff about the event sustainability that has nothing to do with the map. And so what we did, I won't tell you the second one because I'm running out of time. So what we did is we thought about trying to leverage all the sustainability knowledge that's on the internet out there by hooking up all the data model that we built and all the information that the user already has entered about their event and feeding all that to ChatGPT to see about generating kind of out of the box or at least out of the software solutions. And so an example of some of the feedback that we can get is stuff that has nothing to do with the map and the layout itself. So for instance here, one of the suggestions is you should offer incentive for eco-friendly transportation so that people maybe who use bicycles or public transportation have a discount on the event. And that's it. Thank you.
Perfecto. Okay, great. So next up is Chad Reynolds with Verve.
Let's see if it shows up. Try that one. Cool. I think we really need an AI to switch between presenters, but maybe we'll get there. So I'm Chad, founder, CEO of Verve, which we started out as a video survey company, hence the name Verve. Over the last 20 years, I've spent my career helping CPG and retail companies create innovation in new products. Everything from Kobe Bryant's sneaker years ago to helping reinvent brands. And one of the things that always frustrated me when I was working on these projects was the time it took to meet with people. I would try to schedule interviews with consumers. I would try to hold focus groups. I would do workshops. All these different types of things took time. And so to design a pair of shoes like this took our team 18 months. And so with Verve, we wanted to change that and actually bend time. So what I'm about to show you is a workflow on the Verve platform where we're designing a pair of shoes in 2 minutes. So how do we do that? We allow you to create different AI agents that can be trained off different capabilities and functions within your team. So on the platform, I'm picking, this is kind of like our team members that we have that are trained on different perspectives. So I've got Malcolm, who's my market researcher, where I can assign a brief. So I want to design a pair of outdoor hiking boots. I want Malcolm to use our data set of all this consumer feedback we got from the store workers, because they are talking with consumers constantly at the shelf about what they're looking for in hiking shoes. I want to hook up Malcolm to a particular LLM that's going to work really well for his task. Right? So he's going to synthesize a bunch of data points, use an LLM, and have an output. But I want Malcolm to collaborate with Leah, my footwear designer, who's using a different LLM and creating visual inspiration. And then to a 3D designer, to a consumer archetype, and then finally to Frankie in marketing. And so over the course of a couple minutes, it's actually designing a 700-page project that goes from discovery of the consumer insight and the consumer need, using all the video surveys as support for the insight. This would take me about 40 hours of effort to just find insights from consumers. It's doing it in seconds. It's taking the consumer segment, handing it off to the designer who's designing shoes all using AI in seconds. These are all based off of their catalog, all grounded on their aesthetics, and also showing why it's making particular decisions. From there, it's handing off to consumers to get feedback, iterating on those designs, and actually handing it over to a 3D developer who's actually creating 3D images and models of these within seconds. The marketer's picking up what consumers are talking about, the benefits, what they really love about it, and incorporating their words into the marketing campaign. It's doing all this in a few minutes. So we're Verve, verve.com. Check us out. Thanks.
Okay, so next up is OBA.ai. So we have Cameron Seabrook and Justin Fields. 3 minutes. Oh, 2 minutes.
Check. Hi, everybody. I'm Cameron Seabrook.
I am Justin Fields.
And we are OBA AI.
So the problem that we are solving starts with the insurance claim process. Starts off, we all have vehicles, we all experience damage. Specifically, we're focusing on hail damage. So when a hailstorm comes through, about 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 cars are damaged. From then, those claims to their insurance company. The insurance company goes and hires a third-party appraiser. That third-party appraiser might go and hire a fourth-party appraiser to complete the damage inspection. Once that damage inspection is completed, if there's any discrepancies between the insurance company and the inspector in the body shop, the process has to start all over, which can be from 7 to 45 days each time. And if this process has to be restarted 2 or 3 times, that's a long time for the insurance company to cut a check and to get the vehicle fixed.
You can understand too, especially after a catastrophic storm, how this is a huge problem because you have thousands of cars at once that need to be fixed.
The way we are solving this is through AI analyzed photos, which would be hand-picking and selecting each and every dent and size. We will also use a user-friendly, intuitive process, and alongside that, we will use API integrations.
So how are we different? We're different because we're focusing on hail and wind damage, so that helps us get a nice little foothold in the market. We have higher accuracy, and we designed our products for the property owner to successfully complete a claim themselves. Hope you guys liked our presentation. I think we have like another minute and a half, but we've been working on this business for a long time. We're super passionate about it. The reason why we started this is because cars are like the 3rd most expensive thing that anyone purchases, and there's just not a lot of innovation in the automotive space. And anytime there's a problem, from you being in an accident to it being damaged to whatever, we want to be there and be the solution. So thank you.
Okay, so next up is Glenn Platt with Lyceum.
So the problem that Lyceum is addressing is the problem of teaching, that the way traditional teaching has taken place, one teacher teaches, they teach to the middle. When I say teaching, we're talking about K through 20, we talk about corporate training. Any place there's a teacher and a classroom, teachers teach to the middle. Half the class is bored, half the class gets left behind. Our solution is an AI-based teacher in the loop teaching assistant, Ellie in specific. Ellie is a patent-pending, two-way teaching assistant built around the teacher in the classroom. To be clear, Ellie is not a tutor, Ellie is not a replacement for teachers, but a complement for teachers. So teachers get into Ellie, they create a set of activities, a set of instructions about how Ellie is going to engage with the students. They identify specific learning objectives that Ellie needs to accomplish over the course of that interaction. And most importantly, the teacher is configuring Ellie based upon what they know about the students. If you reflect for a moment about the great teachers in your past, the great teachers were great not because of what they knew about the content, it was because of what they knew about you, the student. And so we don't throw that baby out with the bathwater. We leverage what the teacher knows about the student to configure a personalized learning experience. The student engages with Ellie in a pretty similar way that we're all familiar with, in ways that typical chatbots work with individual users. Ellie engages with the student, and then the teacher gets a real-time dashboard providing feedback about how that interaction is taking place. So the teacher knows whether learning objectives are being completed, whether students are on topic or not on topic. The teacher also is following the sentiment of the students in the room. Are they frustrated? Are they engaged? Are they excited? Our patent-pending technology is built on research around the relationship between emotional state and learning. So the teacher gets real-time feedback about how those students are doing, and then one by one is informed about who in the classroom needs the intervention that's necessary. In other words, they tell the teacher, hey, Pete knows what he's doing, we're gonna keep working with him, Ellie's gonna just keep moving him forward, but Glenn needs you to stop and spend a little one-on-one time. So what Ellie effectively does is it allows large section classes to become one-on-one experiences for the students, allowing the teacher to minimize disruption, be efficient in the use of their time, be more effective in the use of their time, and deal with class a variety of different learning states, be that related to being on the spectrum or different IEPs or English as a second language. Now our team and Ellie grew out of a DARPA grant. We successfully have delivered product before. Our CTO has exited multiple times. As a collective group, we've raised tens of millions of dollars. We recently received a TBSF grant from the state of Ohio for 200 grand to continue to get this product out. We piloted it already in schools. It will be beta by the end of the summer and in schools here in Southwest Ohio as well as neighboring states. We encourage you to join us in this journey to transform education. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so next up is Prajwal Padai with Qualts AI.
Hi everyone, I am Prajwal. I'll be talking about Cincy Ai, the company. So it is a co-pilot for qualitative research. So why do we do qualitative research? Because it really offers like deep insights into people's behavior that you can't really get out of surveys. So every time I want to learn something about what to build, what to do in the marketplace, what kind of needs are there, I'd like to go and talk to people, right? But it is pretty difficult because of time it takes and then also all the biases involved. So the mission for the company is that we want to make qualitative research and really in-depth research more accessible. So essentially, giving us a good solution between the two sad faces there, right? So on one side we have surveys and then that's not enough, but on the other side we have qualitative research that just takes a very long time. So we have an AI-based interviewer that can go in parallel and then take hundreds to thousands of interviews that are in-depth, open-ended. And we have a AI agent that is your co-pilot that helps you with research design as well as a very in-depth analysis. What you essentially end up getting is that you get like the level of detail and quality that you would get if you hired a team of experts that are qualitative researchers, right? And that process takes months. So our customers, like a large nonprofit consultant that is working in several countries around the world, could get the output that they would have gotten with 6 months of works in about a week, right? And they really vouch for the quality of the analysis. We are also working with needs assessment for companies in early stages, and you get personas and segmentation, anything you can get out of just talking to lots and lots of people, right? So we can automate that. We also work with nonprofits and universities for program evaluation, which has the open-ended components to it. So we really encourage our customers to start having more open-ended questions and just talk to the consumer, because we can handle the analysis, basically. So you can go get started. So there is the website, the Cincy Ai. You can create a survey, like a dynamic survey or an interview, and then AI will assist you throughout. So it'll help you create unbiased interview guidelines, as well as you can add as much context as you want, like all your books and stuff. And then you get like things like very complicated things like code books and stuff if you want, or you can just go and say, I just want the transcripts to flow in from the AI interviews, and then just understand what you need to learn, right? And then you get a nice report, as well as very templatized more reports. That's all the time I have. So if you have any questions or are interested, please find me after. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Pete Blackshaw with Brand Rank AI.
Nervous. Don't leave me in. Oh, there we go. Good. All right, here we go. I did something. You did something. Rock and roll. Okay. All right. So I'm with Brand Rank. Team members here, stand up. Where are you? All right. Judy, Anna, many others. Based in Cincinnati, we help brands measure, protect, and grow trust through the power of AI-driven search and discovery. Trust is important because it's the currency of all advertising, marketing, and brand building. Very simple metaphor to understand. Think of your brand as a smoothie in the generative AI world and all the engines. What's happening is that a whole bunch of different things about you are getting put into a blender. It's coming out as a smoothie. We basically call this the prompted moment of truth. Unlike the Google world, which is a $200 billion industry, in the AI world, there's one response, and it's blended, and you have limited control over what it says about you. You can't buy advertising around it. You have to think about what your algorithmic anchors are that feed into this, and we measure this with high levels of precision. How bad can it get? Here's an example. If you simply ask a question, can Nestle be trusted? You can throw in any brand, you can throw in your own. Oftentimes the narrative is very negative, or it casts doubt. It's a different narrative than what the brands put out there, and all of this is getting put in the shopper journey. So we're very sensitive about shoppers beginning to see this knowledge. We create analytics and scorecards. Here's a good example. We'll look across a whole bunch of different areas, very much like a Nielsen ratings. And we will, and we have a great product architecture. You heard from our CTO earlier. We're creating a listener. We sit on top of all the different AI engines. We're quantifying it, packaging it, putting it into dashboards, putting videos on top to explain how to use it, and then tying it to a lot of actionability. Key milestones to date. Strategic partner with the BBB. They're actually here in the audience. Joseel, locally, Kip, nationally. You can talk to them. They can vouch for us. Prestige customers like Nestle, other CPG companies in the pipeline. Robust lead pipeline. Key hires, CTO. Kelly Cohen is an advisor. You saw him earlier, and we just completed, hasn't been officially announced, but we're completing our seed angel round. Pushing into verticals we didn't anticipate. Why? Because there's demand, like athletics. but we know we're onto something really big. We'd love to work with you. I'd love to see us or others for us to lead the way in the new search. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. So next up is Nicole Ayers with Jaunt Boards.
Thank you. I didn't bring slides because 3 minutes felt like that stressed me out too much, but I have a working product and I'll show you on my computer later. So we're answering one of the most important questions in the world. Will AI take my job? Sam Altman says that's a tricky question to answer because a job is the sum of its parts. Some parts AI can do, some parts AI can't do, and most parts it can kind of do but still requires a human. So we're going to be breaking projects down into the sum of its parts. So when you go to Jaunt Boards, it's live, jauntboards.com. When you go to Jaunt Boards, you're going to tell it what kind of job it is that you need to get done. Create a go-to-market strategy, build a mobile app, send a rocket to the moon. Honestly, we've been testing edge cases, and it's kind of crazy. And it'll break down every process into parts, and with the click of a button, Jaunt Boards AI will take a first pass at every single thing, instantly saving companies weeks of time and thousands of dollars across every single project. From there, if there's a job that AI can't do yet, which is common, it'll create a guide to help a human do it. And it'll also help recommend the right human on your team or within the independent network that you can easily pull in and plug into the project to help. I want to point out 3 really big things that our product's doing. The first is that instead of having to go learn a million different AI tools, you just need to learn one, because we're building the hub that's going to pull in the most trusted professional AI tools into a single workflow. 2, instead of having to go build massive teams, you just need a producer or a project manager or a prompt engineer who can work with our product to get a project up to 50% of the way done in as little as 20 minutes, and that's how we just secured a $3 million seed round. Thank you. Thanks. I'm not done. And third, he's just warning me of time. And third, because we're breaking process down into the sum of its parts, we're going to be able to know which parts across which projects, across which industries, real-life human beings are considering acceptable work done by AI, and how much they still have to modify it and to what degree, so that we can answer the question of the moving target. Yeah, it's a pretty cool product. It's live. I'm really excited. I think I've been a career creative director, and it's really important to me that humans still have jobs. So this is an amazing tool if you want to start to integrate AI into your workflow and power your business. Go ahead and get started.
Okay, so next up is Kevin Jackson with Level 6.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kevin Jackson from Level 6 Cybersecurity. No visuals on the screen, just me for a few minutes. So, say you are the one that's responsible for protecting your organization from all of the cybersecurity threats that are out there, and you know they are many. What if you no longer had to worry if you are correctly and best optimally using your cybersecurity budget? What if you no longer had to worry if you're allocating your team's time correctly, putting the security operations properly prioritized, making sure that the most important things are done first and the least important things are done further down the list? What if that worry was taken from you? What if you no longer had to fret about how you're going to defend your budget decisions and your prioritization to the CFO, the CEO, and the board? What if all of that was taken away because you had data, because you have analytics, because you have answers based on real-world outcomes automatically customized to your organization that give you the answers? Welcome to the Level 6 InfoSec Strategy Network, or LISTEN. We have developed a tool that actually does what I just said. It is the realization of our mission, which is to help chief information security officers to help cybersecurity decision makers who are suffering. There's a reason that people in these roles last 18 months. The pressure, the pain, the losses, the risk is enormous. We need help. I used to be one, so I know it. So listen, the Level 6 InfoSec Strategy Network gathers global data on what actually is working and failing in cybersecurity for its cost and for its time requirement. We actually calculate using machine learning, it's an AI cybersecurity advisor tool, what works best and why for your organization, sliced and diced by industry, by sector, by size, by profile, by what you've done historically, what you're doing now, based on the real world data of what's happening in the current world, what the threats are, what the trends are, what the losses are looking like, where the lawsuits are, where things are working best, taking away the worry, taking away the pain that the cyber decision makers are suffering. That's our mission, and that's what we've done. We're now in the middle of our seed round raise. We're really excited that our first few customers included some Fortune 50 and several Fortune 500 level companies, but we're also really getting a lot of traction in the mid-market because this is a universal pain. Everyone who does cybersecurity feels this pain of what should I do and when and why? How do I best manage my people's time and my money to secure the organizations? Data, machine learning, and AI is the answer. Because of what we've built, we can provide this solution to every organization in any industry around the world. That's what we're doing at Level 6. Please join us.
You're a very good speaker. Okay, so next up is Steve Brunker with Brain CA.
Thanks, Carl. At Brain CA Technologies, we've developed and patented a series of innovative technologies that address the big problem in AI applications and AI servers, namely the incredibly big forces that are going to challenge them in terms of their physical and practical limits that the processors that those are built on are running into. Unlike those traditional processors, at Brain CA, we've engineered a processor that is built to do pattern recognition and prediction, as opposed to being a mathematical engine that the traditional processors are built to do. We do this using a technology called cellular automata, hence the CA in our name. And cellular automata brings an incredible arrangement of parallelism that we're able to leverage, and not to mention the fact that we can implement it with a considerably lower amount of energy. We're estimating with our initial estimates are orders of magnitude less energy. We've been able to raise some initial seed money that we're using to build a simulator, software simulator of our processor. And as we complete this, we're going to move on to doing benchmark testing and performance tuning that will use standards such like the MNIST standard, so we can benchmark against commonly used processors that are out there already in the world today. We are very excited to share that we got invited to present our technology in a paper at the International Symposium on Computer Architecture in Buenos Aires later this month. And we're very proud to have our roots of the company here in Cincinnati. And we're looking forward to a very busy fall and summer as we share with the rest of the world what we're doing at Brain CA.
2 minutes. Yeah, it should be. Okay, so we're now going to be changing the time to 5 minutes for the pitches. The companies that we're now going to be hearing from are companies that are a little bit further along in the funding process. That their reward for that is a couple of extra minutes. So we're going to start with Scheduler AI. with Mike Bell.
I'm Mike Bell, co-founder, CTO at Scheduler AI. And a lot of people may not like meetings, but the people that we serve, meetings matter to them. These are salespeople, business owners, recruiters, people who rely on meetings to make a living, to make money. But scheduling those meetings, it sucks. This is a well-known thing, right? And when you don't do it well, you actually lose revenue, you lose potential customers. And that is why, actually, let me go back for a second. Actually, if anybody's in here today, it's probably because you also wanted to meet and follow up with someone. So you will be getting in your Cincy AI goodie bag a free trial of our Copilot product, right? And the Copilot product is great. Add scheduler, add someone like my friend Mark Wood, maybe even another teammate. Tell it what you want it to schedule. You know, so hey, my friend Mark here, right? We want to make sure to follow up next week. I can just CC scheduler, tell it to find a time. In this case, we're all registered. So literally all I have to do is hit send, and scheduler is going to go in under a minute, and it's going to find the best time for us to meet. Right? Super neat. That's fun. That's not actually what is driving our company forward. And that's because even using something like that, there are still a lot of problems for businesses and sales teams. Slow speed to lead. Poor qualification, right? People showing up in your calendars who actually shouldn't be there. Sending links that nobody fills out, even when they do fill them out and pick a time, actually not showing up to the meetings. And then struggles to get that next meeting, right? And doing all this at low scale because you're using people for all of it. So rather than a AI copilot, what we've started to build are these AI autopilots. And for us, this is a custom AI agent that can conversationally engage, qualify, route, and book leads into meetings in seconds. So all right, Mike, that's a lot of words. What does that actually mean? So let's say somebody comes to your site and they fill out a form, right? We can go off and, for example, send them a text message. Hey, thanks for checking out Awesome Co. And we want to make sure they're actually a good fit for our company. So we'll do some qualification. Maybe they need to be in Ohio to actually be a fit for our business. And then once they've actually passed qualification, we can conversationally work with them to find a good time from the proper sales rep or recruiter's calendar, right? And now a normal chat bot, you'd have to respond back with something like to, or like a very scripted response. But this is conversational AI. So we could say something like abbreviated Tuesday at 9 is good. Awesome. The invite has been sent. The CRM, for those of you using things like HubSpot, Salesforce, et cetera, has been updated. The lead status has been set. And now we're off and running with the actual meeting and doing all of the good follow-up, right? Now, just because we book a meeting does not mean someone's going to show up to a meeting. So scheduler will do that work that we often forget to do of checking in. In this case, it said, hey, I noticed you didn't actually set the meeting tomorrow. Are we still good? Things that we don't really like to do, but we wonder, right? And when that person comes back, because 40% of the time they do if you're in sales, and says, sorry, can we push this back a day? I'm good anytime here. Again, in under 60 seconds, scheduler is going to pick that up. It is going to automatically reschedule the meeting and take care of that. These are things that, right, we hate to do, but they're critical for sales teams. And the big thing, right, is that these are actually fully customizable. So we allow you to go in and set up these AI agents, put in the hooks, and once you've done that, you can actually bring them straight into your CRMs to kick those off with a simple webhook. So then it's off and running. We've delivered over 3 million qualified pipeline in the last 90 days for our customers with pretty much zero effort. And since releasing this in the last 9 days, we've even increased our own revenue by over 100,000. And right now, these AI agents, they're often working, right? Engaging, qualifying, routing, booking, reminding, rescheduling, recovering, and getting next meetings for our customers at scale with little to no effort for them. If you want to connect, it's my LinkedIn up there. Would love to connect with you there. And if you are a sales leader, recruiter, or a business owner looking to bring more automation to take your warm leads into meetings, we would love to work with you.
Okay, thank you. So next up is Eli Simon with Custom GPT. on screen.
Okay, perfect. Hey everybody, I'm Eli Simon with BT.ai. We are a no-code, low-code generative AI solution that allows you, everybody and anybody, to build a GPT with your own data. Before I talk more about our own solution, here's a local news story featuring an awesome use case here directly from Cincinnati.
Well, good morning. Well, we all know AI is here to stay, so how can it be used in the classroom? Dr. Jared Humphrey and a group of his students at the Williams College of Business think they have an answer. They developed the AI model called D'Artagnan, the world's first AI model designed to help students and teachers. So here's how it works. It's trained on 2 million words taken from publicly available resources on ethical AI use by 200 of America's universities. D'Artagnan is available to anyone for free, but is especially helpful for students needing help using AI in an honest way. The program can also help professors with brainstorming and lesson planning. The model's trained specifically on subjects relating to ethical AI use, so it's not capable of answering any questions outside of that knowledge base, which makes it a useful tool for studying, but impossible to cheat with. Dr. Humphrey says it's part of helping develop the future of education.
Generative AI, much like prior disruptive technologies such as the internet or the smartphone, it's here to stay. So given that it's here to stay, it's up to us as professors, particularly in a business school setting such as the Williams College of Business, to make sure our students are completely prepared for the future. And that means understanding the most recent technologies. And in order to understand the most recent technologies in a classroom environment, we need to bring it into the classroom in a responsible and ethical way.
So this program is free for anyone to use. You can use it yourself at d'artagnanai.com. I'm going to show you a little bit of how it works. So you click on a prompt. So I chose the prompt, I'm a college student. Can you suggest any online resources for learning about AI? And now it's generating some sources for me to go to and take a look at. So you just click on one of those. It takes you directly to that web story. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Annie. So a bit more information about our solution. Top reason why a lot of businesses and institutions feel comfortable using us is because of our accuracy and anti-hallucination protocols. Essentially, whatever data you put in, responses just come from that. Won't pull from other LLMs, the internet, or other sources. Along with that, you always get citations directly to the sources from your knowledge base that it pulled from. Great for navigation, also backs up your accuracy. Along with this, you don't need to be a coder. You can be totally non-technical, build GPTs with your own data, and deploy them wherever you want in front of whoever you want. Along with that is integrations. Of course, you want to pull in your PDFs, maybe a website, YouTube channel, and a bunch of other content. You can, of course, do that with our tool. Additionally, privacy and security. There's no training on any of your data, and we also just got our SOC 2 Type 2 certification, which is very exciting. Now, everyone has a knowledge base, whether you're an individual or you're a large company. Here's a great example of that. We have a group of lawyers in the Dominican Republic who decided that they wanted to democratize and bring access to their legal expertise for anyone across the DR. What they did, they created a curated knowledge base using their expertise and uploaded it into our GPT, went ahead and deployed it in their own SaaS product. So for $40 a month, you can get many expert lawyers right in your pocket. Some other customers, for example, MIT Orbit, their entrepreneurship center, utilize us within their website so people can search across our entrepreneurship blogs, articles, and information to learn more and become a better entrepreneur. Additionally, other companies such as Salubal, large software company, they have very technical documentation. Now customers can go in, help themselves get answers in seconds, not just minutes or wait for days for more information. They're awesome deployments as well. Go check out our case studies online. And lastly, thanks everyone for being here. Go ahead, feel free to scan this. You can start a 30-day trial. We also have a workshop tomorrow, so we're really excited to build some GPTs with everyone that shows up. Thank you.
Okay, Savo? All righty. Okay, so please welcome Savo Knott from Pieces for Developers.
All right. Okay, I can quit that. All right, fantastic. Well, it's going to be the best type of demo today, a live demo. So we call this cowboy programming.
Do you have
let me see. Yeah. Can I just plug this into this thing, or should I hold it? I might have to do some typing.
Yeah, maybe I can hold it for
Okay,
you.
all right, fantastic. Thank you. All right, well, fantastic. So Pieces, we're a Series A company, a couple years old, and the one-liner is we're trying to help developers remember anything and interact with everything, right? And so where we started a couple years ago is just a fundamental of remembering something, and that's saving it for later. So I know that the demo today is really focused on AI, and I'll show you kind of this early day example of how people remember things if you're writing code. And it starts with a copy and paste. So I'm gonna copy this bit of code. Oh, we will get the screen back, maybe. Let's see. Gotta love the dongle era from Apple. I know we can get it. Okay, great. So I'm reading some documentation. I've got a bit of code. I want to save this for later. So what a lot of developers do is they open it up, they paste it in their notes, and that's all they get, right? Not a lot of help there. So a couple years ago, we said, can AI make this better, right? Can we tag this thing, title this thing, enrich it, and make sure it's indexed for later? So I'm going to paste that same bit of code into Pieces here, just a good old Control-V. And what you're going to see is right away, we actually determined that wasn't just text, it was actually code. And we're going to classify it as dark code, so the enrichment kicks off right out the gate. And then further, we're going to do all the stuff you don't want to do, but you should do when you're taking notes. Giving it a nice title, so native isolate spawn. Deeply enriching it with tags, related links out to other documentation, descriptions, the code snippet, suggested searches, and so on. So all that happened using AI on device when I just saved something. That was phase one. But now phase two was, of course, you have all the things saved, and I save a lot of things. I've got 562 materials, but you might want to generate some stuff. And so we got into the Copilot era, where, of course, you can save from what you generate. You can open up the Pieces Copilot, you can come in here, and you can say, I want to use an image picker in Flutter, right? And this is going to be your classic generative response. All this can be powered with on-device models, like Phi2, Llama 3, Mixtral, or this can use large language models in the cloud. But think of this as like a ChatGPT for developers. Now, that was pretty interesting, and of course, I might want to save from that Copilot chat. But now we're in phase 3. And so for the last 11 months, we've been trying to figure out a way for Pieces to identify what you're going to need later and proactively save things for you. So we've built one of the first in the world, things called the Workstream Pattern Engine, right, which does exactly that. It can store about a year of memory and about a gigabyte of data. And the first feature that we're powering on that is called Live Context. And so this is the part that's pretty crazy. It runs on Mac OS, Linux, and Windows. And effectively, Pieces is able to keep up with you in real time. So I'll do a simple example to start. I'll go to my inbox, and I'll pull up a detail from Miko, which was an address I sent him a little bit ago. 721 Main Street, that's my address. Please send flowers, nothing else. And you can see I sent it on April 9th, and this is his address right there. So to help speed up the demo, I, of course, prepped my questions for the Copilot in advance. But I'm just going to go ahead and paste this. I have live context on, and I'll say, what was the address I sent Miko? When did I send it? And also, what's his email? So it's going to do some processing, and right there, Pieces has his address, the date I sent it, and what I sent Miko. Couple seconds later. So we'll turn up the level of the demo here, and I'm doing some research in the browser. So I'm going to go ahead and jump over to Chrome. I've got this package, Runtime Native Semaphores. Of course, we built it. We're good open source contributors. And you can see we've got some sample code, but most importantly, an API reference, how to use this thing. So I'll jump into Pieces, and I'll go ahead and say, I'm going to ask it a question that's like, great, what was the package I was just researching in the browser, and can you summarize the API? Trying to hustle here, 3 minutes is hard pressed. But right there it is. You can see it understands the package was Runtime Native Semaphores. It has the platform support. It's giving you some really great sample code, and so on. So again, in real time, Pieces understands where I was, what I'm asking, and how to give me the right response. And then I'll show you one more, which is live coding. This is a pretty cool one. But say, for example, you throw an exception in IntelliJ, and you have this unit test. I'll go ahead and run this, and we're going to get the error per expected. So it's an exception for Cincy AI Week, Pieces for Developers Live Context. I can go, what is going on with the error? I just got in IntelliJ. And I'll just ask it a question. And so we're going to go ahead and see what Pieces thinks. So you can see we've got an exception. It's inside the unit test. It knows the file that's involved. I didn't have to paste the code. I didn't have to paste the stack trace. I didn't have to paste any of that. It's going to go ahead and say, go ahead and comment out that error. So that's a little bit about live context. My favorite use case is who were all the Series A I talked to in Q1, and Pieces has all of that recalled, ready to go, available for me to access that information. So check it out, pieces.app, live to a good amount of users, tens of thousands today. So yeah, thanks. All right.
You had 5.
Okay, great. Yeah, 5 minutes. That was the fastest demo ever. Great.
Okay, and last but not least, Katie Trouth-Taylor with Narratize.
Thanks, Carl.
There you go.
Beautiful. Hello, everyone. I'm Katie Trouth-Taylor, CEO, co-founder of Narratize, and I have in the room my 2 co-founders, Catherine O'Shea, who is our COO, and Kara Uchtman, our Chief Officer. We are part of 0.3% of women who are funded by venture capital in AI. Our roots are here in Cincinnati. We're headquartered in Cincinnati, but we have offices in New York, and our team is mostly remote. But our story is we have been on a journey. Far before anyone knew about ChatGPT, our original team was sort of tapped to become one of the first 7 developer ambassadors into OpenAI. So we were working with large language models far ahead of time, and my first startup was focused on supporting enterprises and launching products faster, more effectively, by nailing the communications internally and externally for those product launches. So we had concepted Narratize at that time, started working with the LLMs built by OAI, and that's where Narratize was born. We came out of stealth this time last year, out of our first proof of concepts with NASA and Boeing. They were using it to help their scientists and their product development teams communicate more effectively around pitching new initiatives and concepts. And now we're in growth stage. We're so grateful to be funded by several of the investors in this region and on the coast, and we're continuing to scale throughout the year. So our major vision is that every innovator has the power to effectively communicate from the seed of the idea all the way through the way it has to resonate within a marketplace. And we've collaborated over the years with several different enterprise customers to deeply understand the problem of innovation storytelling and how it can be done better to speed up time to market. The unique problem that we solve in this very noisy space with AI really has to do with where these tools can help become trusted co-authoring partners. There's a lot of trust problems with the existing chatbot solutions, and I'll talk about this more in a deep dive in tomorrow's keynote. But really, we had independent researchers from University of Central Florida study how professionals were using ChatGPT versus Narratize to do things like write a project proposal, create a pitch for a new initiative at my company, professional deliverables, things that require more nuance, more accuracy. And what they found was that without ChatGPT, those professionals were successful 30% of the time. With ChatGPT, those professionals were successful 30% of the time. And with Narratize, it was 84% of the time. And one of the reasons why is we've created an AI chatbot that asks you questions instead of you having to prompt it. No prompt engineering required. And it does that by pulling insights from you as a human and then calls across domain and industry-specific knowledge to generate higher accuracy, higher impact artifacts and documentations to speed up the life cycle of communications and get products shipped faster. And so at Narratize today, you can do things like effectively create long-form pitches, and by the end of this month, you'll be able to transform long-form into fully designed decks. into social media, into all of the various touch points that you would need. And that's how most of our enterprises are utilizing Narratize today. It's a modular, scalable solution to customizing the workflows that match how your teams write and communicate. So you can go from a pitch to a product requirements guide, to the value proposition, to an executive summary meant for leadership, all the way through to project learnings and reports. And all of that across our enterprise customers is getting done 60 times faster. And so we're excited. Sorry, is this still working? Dead battery, exclamation point. I thought I sounded hollow. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so we're really excited to continue building a modular, scalable way for an enterprise and any organization to map their workflows and weave AI into their content processes. What we're also excited to announce publicly for the first time is in the next 2 weeks in Narratize, we'll be launching the Research Hub. Think Perplexity meets Narratize in some ways. This is not a partnership with Perplexity. I probably should come up with a better way of describing this. But in Narratize, in the next 2 weeks, you're going to be able to ask the AI research questions, generate full literature reviews, evidence tables comparing findings from various studies in gray literature and peer-reviewed publications, and then weave it back into the content that you're authoring in the platform. And we're also, am I out of time already? 1 minute, oh man, okay, I'll share more tomorrow. But I think some of the richest designs that I'm seeing in all of these presentations and in AI summits, across the globe are how do we rethink chatbot designs? How do we reimagine the idea that AI in this fashion is only meant to be retrieving knowledge, not gathering knowledge? And so we're really thinking through how to do things like not just get the user to the right piece of information, but have them share their insights in a way that transform tacit knowledge sharing within the enterprise over time. Can't wait to share more of the customer case stories. I'll dig into this again in the keynote tomorrow, but ultimately, this is about enabling teams to work with co-authoring processes so that they can ship out and accelerate innovation faster. You can meet with our team if this resonates for your enterprise, and also, announcing here at Cincy AI Week, we are now live with the individual and team to Narratize. So if you're a researcher, an engineer, if you are a content strategist who works in science, tech, medical industries where accuracy is key, definitely try it out for free. We can't wait to hear what bold ideas you share.
Okay, so fantastic. Just so you know, we basically let folks know a week ago, and in the case of the young lady standing in the very back of the room, from Jim, say it, literally like 2 days ago. So this is how quickly folks presented these pitches, and if any of you have not ever been involved in pitching, the speed at which they did this is unbelievable. So can we give all of the founders a big round of applause? Okay, so for the general audience, this is the end of programming for today. Obviously, we're back at it tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Please, again, check your schedules for the programming. For folks who are investors or people who would like to talk to the founders about helping them, being advisors, giving them advice on connections that you have, can you people please come to the front of the room? And folks who are not investors or advisors, you may want to do some socializing, but if you're not investors or advisors, please go to the back of the room so that you can visit. Okay? And so this is what we call the speed dating period now. So if the founders from the 20 companies can please come up front here.